suits walking out of the operations and checkout building, ready to get in their cars to make their short journey out to the pad.
Let's see if we can see what the number plates are. For those who don't know, there are the SpaceX Teslas that take them out, and each of them for every mission gets a unique number plate on the back of the vehicle, typically related to the mission. So we'll see what they have for this one. Also, I appreciate the "This Way to Space" sign so people know which way it is that they'll be leaving towards the pad.
Well, you're not going to know until it tells you, obviously. Okay, we got kind of blindsided by that walkout right there, and I'm not upset or anything, but you guys know the drill. If you're out there watching us in chat, you're out there watching on Twitch, you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on any social media. On the YouTube chat, you can tag at NASA Spaceflight, and we will answer questions. Between me, Jay, Sawyer, and Julia, I think we have enough accrued spaceflight knowledge here to run a museum. So, you guys have questions about Crew, Falcon, where this flight's going, what it's doing, crew on board, who we will introduce to you momentarily here after the walkout. Just tag at NSF. We'll check it. And, you know, we always appreciate everybody watching here with us. It is fun.
It's one of the great things about doing it live is we get to talk about space with folks who have questions that we might gloss over. So it's always great to help communicate that stuff out to people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, like those people there in the blue suits, by the way, for those wondering, those are some of the astronaut support personnel that go out with the crew members of the family's crew members, and also go to support them. So you could see some people from Roscosmos there. You can tell by the flight suit there. I would imagine there's someone from ESA over on the other side. But you can see the two Roscosmos support people there, and the crew getting their final chance to talk to their families.
So, Jay, we noticed that, you know, people are behind like a fence there.
Yeah.
Can you tell us why would, you know, the crew and their families be separated away from the astronauts and cosmonaut that are about to endeavor on this flight?
Yeah, so that's all part of their quarantine program. I mean, they I think it's a few weeks out. They go into quarantine, make sure that, you know, they're staying safe from any sort of earthborne illnesses or anything. Got to make sure that the crew is not going to be potentially taking something up to the International Space Station that could then cause anybody else to get sick. So that is.
And as the gull wing doors close, this will allow the family members to get a little bit closer, say goodbye to their family as they head on into space for a roughly 8-month journey. Each astronaut and cosmonaut get assigned an astronaut or cosmonaut to be with their family for this journey to help make the transition from being with everyone here on Earth to saying goodbye to their loved ones just a little bit easier. As many astronauts have described, this is one of their most treasured parts about being part of the astronaut corps, is being able to be there for the family of their fellow astronauts. This is a well choreographed and timed part of the mission, as is every piece of crewed space flight. So family members saying their final goodbye, being shepherded back into behind the gate here, and then those black Teslas will take off towards Space Launch Complex 40. Now, the reason we have this single fixed view of outside O&C is because, unfortunately, NASA is not providing its own live cameras here, so we've got the one view courtesy of our Michael Caine. So nice view of the Teslas departing, beginning their roughly 30-minute drive from outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building over to Space Launch Complex 40. Great job to Michael for being able to bring us these live pictures. And while the camera's been up on the high vantage point, Michael's been moving and grooving, trying to get the best possible still pictures. And so we'll be sure to share those with you all once we have them available. We're getting positioned here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, and we'll
Лише 69 гривень за цукерки у формі серця міленіумовий зла.
I think we should get into that maybe in a little bit. Maybe we should answer another question here. Let's see. Okay, this one's coming from Ninja Guy Dan. And Sawyer, I'm gonna push this one over towards you. Does SpaceX have a recovery vessel on standby in the water in the very unlikely Yep, so there you go. And with the crew,
Different abort areas. So for each
Jeff Hansen for
yep, so there you go. Yep. There's basically teams all along the what's called an ascent corridor to in that unlikely event. Unlikely event. We don't want to cast any bad juju. That's absolutely a thing. We don't want to do that. In the unlikely event that happens, then there is many more contingencies, and the contingencies are practiced almost all the time with SpaceX. They constantly have people out there trying to going and practicing recovery contingencies just in case this happens. And there you go. We have a shot of the convoy, the Crew-12 convoy, heading down Kennedy Parkway towards the Vehicle Assembly Building and ultimately towards Space Launch Complex 40 for their launch. Liftoff currently is scheduled for 5:15 a.m. Now I know what people are thinking. We are 3 hours and 21 minutes out from that. What are they going to do in that 3 hours and 21 minutes? Well, first of all, if you stick with us, I assure you it's going to go by quickly. It will go by fast. But with crew launches, you have to, it's not like we're in here doing a Starlink launch. It's like, oh, it goes up and came back down. All right, cool. With crew launches, there's a lot of precautions. I mean, you have to really check everything. You have to check everything. You have to check your spacesuits. You have to check communications. They have to be able to talk to the ground. That's some of the things that they'll be able to test through these next 3 hours. You have to make sure the hatch seal works correctly. You have to make sure that the crew or seatbelts work correctly. You have to make sure the seat rotation works. There's a bunch of things that they need to meticulously make sure work correctly to ensure success of this mission. So even though we're targeting a 5:15 liftoff here with this flight, and we're 3 hours and 20 minutes out, I assure you it's going to go by very quickly. All right. So once again, that is the Crew-12 crew coming down, going northbound on Kennedy Parkway towards the Vehicle Assembly Building. They should be coming up towards you, Sawyer, very quickly, right? That's where they're going. They're going to try. You said they were going to try to go past the VAB.
Oh, they absolutely do, which it made a lot more sense when they were going to launch Complex 39A, but that is currently out of commission for Crew. They've been primarily focusing on 39A for Falcon Heavy missions and, of course, for Starship coming to Florida. And just 2 days ago now, I believe, they lowered the Crew access arm off of 39A. So the only option they have right now is over at Space Launch Complex 40. So it's a little bit of a longer drive than we're used to if you're used to seeing them go over to 39A. So they're going to drive down this road. They will pass by SpaceX's facilities, Hangar X and X2, and the Gigabay they're being built. That is also where a lot of these SpaceX controllers will be, is down that way. So that is the route they're going to take on the way over here. And I will
And
probably come back to you guys in a moment for when they come by, and I'll chat with you after that.
as
Go ahead,
they
Julia.
Sawyer, you need to be where you want to be in a hurry because I've already seen the helicopter roughly in the Gigabay area. So we are not. In fact, the helicopter is almost to the intersection, so we are not far from Crew being within our view, which is always super exciting and one of my favorite parts of Crew launches, which is being able to wave to them as they head to the pad. And the folks they pass at this moment are some of the last folks they will see before they get ready to go to space. So um, the first vehicle has turned the building at the intersection toward the VAB, so the crew is definitely on their way.
Oh yeah, I think we
Okay.
could just faintly hear the sirens actually through your microphone.
Yep.
Yes, then you're going to hear the helicopter. So I think I'll put myself on mute for a moment because it's about to get loud where I am.
Oh, we can hear it. We can hear it. Thank you, Julia. Appreciate it.
Yep.
So,
Actually, you know what? I'm just going to leave it on for background. Not going to lie. It's a moment.
it is. So, Crew-12 convoy heading to the pad, turning into the Launch Complex 39 area. Now, keep in mind, that's not the pad. They're not launching from 39A here like they normally do. They're going to Slick 40, but Space Launch Complex 40, but they do have to drive through the complex of 39A. So you can see the convoy moving over towards the press site. That's Operation Support Building 1 in the background. And here we go. Crews driving by the VAB, moving down the crawlerway to Space Launch Complex 40 for the Crew-12 launch. With the helicopter up in the sky, being the eye in the sky. That's really cool. You can also see that is the emergency response team. And I know people ask, like, well, why do they need that? Why do they do? Well, it's better to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it. Am I right or am I right?
And
Even though
Julia was
we
actually
are on in a badged location, security is absolutely top priority as well as emergency services. So you do get to see those folks doing what they do best to make sure our astronauts are safe on their way to the pad.
Okay, so there they are. They're moving down the crawlerway here. It's kind of a little bit of a darker shot, but those are the with a police car out in front and rear. Those are the 3 Tesla Model X's that the crew is using for transport to the pad. Okay, it looks like we got Sawyer back on comms. Excuse me, we got Sawyer back on comms here. Sawyer, how was the drive by? Was it good?
That was fast. My goodness. I mean, they usually go pretty quick, but I don't know if it's just because this is a crew launch out of 40 and they have the longer drive, but they flew by. The speed at which they're moving today is I mean, not as fast as Falcon 9 is going to fly, but very quick. And of course, made sure to give them a wave as they went by.
Okay, Jay, do we know how long that the 39A, the route to 39A between the VAB? Now, once again, they're not going to 39A, but how long is that road?
oh gosh, I don't know off the top of my head, but you know, they're gonna get there a lot faster than the crawler did when it was taking SLS out.
Absolutely. What's the speed on that? The half a mile an hour?
I think it's like top speed is, I believe, 1 mile an hour, 2 tops for sure, but at least 1.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So I got a
corner there.
yep, absolutely. Okay, so we have the quad box here on the top left. We see a shot of the helicopter that's moving with the convoy. Center shot is the convoy moving down the 39A access road. Top right shot is Space Launch Complex 40, where that convoy is heading. And then the bottom center shot is a live shot from press viewing areas here that we are providing here with our media team that's out there. Okay.
And as we're enjoying these nighttime views, we actually got a relevant question from Pete Carney, who asked, "Why launch at night? Any reason?" And the
Here
big
we
reason
go.
for that is orbital mechanics. The International Space Station is currently, let's see, over the Pacific Ocean, and will be traveling northeast across South America. And then it will complete a whole other orbit, and that way it will line up with the east coast of the U.S. essentially, so that the capsule can launch up to the International Space Station and have the least amount of time that is comfortable, at least, to travel to the ISS. It'll still take, oh gosh, several hours, but I think there is an option that is shorter for at least getting to the ISS, where it's just a couple hours. But this is going to be something we want to take our time with. Got to do things safely and securely. So it is launching there just because things happen to line up where the ISS is traveling in the correct position as the Earth is rotating. So they launch at night.
Okay. And while the crew is making their way out to Space Launch Complex 40, let's introduce you to the Crew-12 crew. Commanding today's, or tonight, well, this morning's mission. Actually, okay, so we have a mission specialist here. That's Andrei Fedyev. He's a Russian cosmonaut here that's flying to the ISS in support of the current expedition. Now, you know what people are wondering. You know, well, wait a minute, why a cosmonaut? Well, it's important to the different parts of the ISS. There's two main big parts of the International Space Station. There's the United States operational segment, and then there's the Russian operational segment. And it's important, and they've been doing this since the ISS started, since Expedition 1. They've been doing this. They've been mixing crews on board to make sure that there's always an American and always a Russian up there. So handling the mission specialist job for this mission, we have Andrei Fedyev. He's spent 185 days, 22 hours, 43 minutes in space. Hasn't done any EVAs, maybe soon. He's a major in the Russian Air Force, and he was selected as part of Russia's 2012 cosmonaut crew. He actually has already flown on Crew 6 before. He's the first Russian frequent flyer flying today for the second time on a Dragon. Pretty good stuff. And then in the Mission Specialist 2 slot, we have Sophie Adenau, mission specialist. This is her first flight, believe it or not. She is a European Space Agency astronaut hailing from France. She's a colonel in the French Air and Space Force and the second female French astronaut. She was selected in ESA's 2022 astronaut group, and this is her first flight. First flight up into space. That's a big milestone for France, Jay, isn't it? That's
Yeah, absolutely.
I can only think of. She's the second female French astronaut. Who are the other ones? I can think of Thomas Pesquet. Who else do we have?
Oh gosh.
Well, we had Julie Payette back in the day for shuttle.
Yeah, there you go.
Although she was Canadian technically, so I guess I don't know how to count that. I'm trying to remember who else.
I don't think you should confuse French Canadians with French people. That's like confusing British and Americans.
Yep.
But anyway, Sophie Adenau's flying on her first flight tonight. And then we have the pilot of the mission here tonight. Also on a first flight, we have Jack Hathaway. He's a pilot. This is his first flight. He previously served in the United States Navy, logging over 2,500 hours. He has a Master's of Science in Aerospace Dynamics, and he was selected in NASA Group 23. This is his first flight. He's a United States Naval War College graduate, if I'm remembering correctly. First flight for him. He's the pilot of this mission. And then, last but certainly not least, we have the commander of this mission. We have Jessica Meyer. Jessica Meyer has flown before. She spent 204 days, 15 hours, 19 minutes in space doing 3 extravehicular activities, or EVAs for short. She performed the first all-female extravehicular activity with the Artemis II astronaut Christina Cook when she was up on the space station as well. She's a PhD in marine biology, and she was selected in NASA's astronaut group 21. Pretty dang good. I do believe she went to MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So she's wicked smart, as they say. As they say. So yeah, 4 crew rounding it out. I always, Jay, I always sit here and, I always go and read about astronauts, accomplishments and by like Jack Hathaway, Naval War College, Jess Meyer, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's like, oh, I made my bed today. That's cool.
It's always one of those things where it's like, you're so proud of them because they've achieved so much. And then you have to really try not to look too much back at yourself and say,
right?
oh, well, I made lunch. That's
Yep.
good, right?
Yeah, I'm proud that I am vicariously living through them with their success. That is great. This is fantastic. But seriously, though, astronauts, whether they're coming from Europe, they're coming from Russia, Jeremy Hansen on Artemis 2 coming from Canada, they represent the best of us. And it really is. It's honestly, some of the achievements that these folks have done is just, frankly, awe-inspiring stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Where do you find the time of the day?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you're a doctor, a veteran, and an astronaut? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I stream on Twitch, that's cool.
But it's all, you're absolutely right, though. It's always incredible to learn about that as you deep dive further and further into it.
Yep. Definitely good stuff. What you're looking at here is some B-roll footage of training. That's actually astronaut training. That is at Johnson Space Center. There is the Crew-12 crew with the backups as well there, training for this mission. Now, Jay, it's not like they just selected them for this mission, right? And then, okay, here you go. Here's your ride into space. They've been training at JSC. They've been doing all kinds of stuff. Like, how long is this mission? How long do you think these training things go on for? It's got to be, the assignments come like years in advance, right?
Oh yeah, and training goes on for months and months just for like EVAs alone. We mentioned that this is Jessica Mears' second space flight. She's done 3 EVAs. So on one of her space flights, she did 2 EVAs. There's a ton of work that goes into training for EVAs. Not only learning the procedures that you have to do, but also training for them inside of the NBL, the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. A lot of times that comes with working both in the light and in the dark, where you're trying to simulate the microgravity situation. And it's so much work just for each aspect of the mission. That's not even including all the stuff inside of the station where they're doing experiments and all that kind of stuff. It's an enormous amount of work. So it really is just incredible the amount of time and dedication that they put into it. But then also that everybody else that helps to train them goes through to actually get them up into space and comfortable with what they have to do. Because it takes a village, I guess, to raise an astronaut. Is that where I'm going with this?
Right.
Kind of seems like it. But yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Johnson Space Center, the home of human space flight in the United States, and shout out to NASA Flight Operations too. You guys rule.
Yep. Yeah, it's not just astronauts. It's not just a rocket taking off. People have to take care of the pads. There's entire infrastructure there that is, people. It's so easy to get focused on the launch and the astronauts. And there's so much more to aerospace, really, as an industry overall, but especially space flight. Just getting people where they need to go is a tremendous accomplishment.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm just going to go through some quick support here, guys, if you don't mind. There's been plenty of support in chat while we've been sitting here, waxing poetic about how, astronauts are amazing and how I made my bed. That's good too. So I'm just going to plow through it here real quick. We got Omar Prado becoming a Pad Rat member. Do appreciate it. Kelly and Marie also becoming a Pad Rat member. We have Lady Inui becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate you. We got Mark Snow. William Derryberry, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We appreciate it. All this stuff comes into support it and comes into for support for us and brings you the shots that you see here, like that one with the helicopter going by. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. And then we have Streetum, becoming a Fad Rat member. Thank you very much. And then we have Bideford here with a $50 super chat. Here's to our wonderful NSF hosts for whom, if they didn't go without sleep and entertain us, we'd all be bored. Yep, that sleep thing. Yeah, that sleep thing. Yeah, about that. Yeah, yep.
But it's also not just the hosts.
Yep, yeah, everybody
We got
pulling the
What's Up
strings in
Field.
the back channel. Absolutely.
And our producers.
Yep. And that's who I'm talking about. Kevin, Carson, and Jay doing their thing back there, helping to give us this awesome quad shot here with a screen capture from Julia there as the crew was going by the press site.
Racing past as Sawyer was putting it. So apparently they were in a hurry, but she managed to snap that picture just in time.
That was some of the fastest I've seen them go by. That is for sure.
Those were not good photography conditions.
Oh,
There
do
you
you
go.
dare want to
That
see mine?
that accurately depicts the moment as it happened, because we are also out on a wildlife preserve. So we are not like a big city with a lot of lights. We have orange, shall we say, sea turtle friendly lighting out here, and not much of it. So when the crew's in a hurry to go on their mission, yeah, that's what you get. But it's real. It's what the moment is, and it was still special.
Yep.
There's something about that wave, just waving as you go by and knowing the significance of it. It just, you get chills every time.
I bet. I've actually never experienced that, Sawyer. How many times have you done that, just out of curiosity?
I've done every crew launch except Crew 4, Crew 9, and Act 3. So all of those, and
yes.
STS-135.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a non-insignificant number. Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't get old every time. I could say that for sure.
Oh, I bet. Okay, I'm gonna get through the rest of the support here. So we have Alter Histories with a $10 super chat. Good warm morning from South Moravia. Always a pleasure to watch a stream and absorb your space wisdom. We're here to provide it, guys. We are all space nutcases. This is why we do it. This is why we're up at 2:13 in the morning. I mean, I'm sitting in my office, talking to the wall, but I do this because I love this stuff. Jay, I don't know about you. I know, actually, I do. You're right there with me, right?
Absolutely, huge fan. Love talking about this kind of stuff. I think what always fascinates me about it is if you find a space nerd, they usually have some niche area of aerospace that they particularly on that subject. It will be hours before you can get them to stop. Talking about that subject. So this is what we're here for, to sort of pool our resources essentially and help share that with folks out there.
Yep. All right, little bit more support here. We have a store message saying it's time for launch there. Thank you very much. It's coming anonymously from the store. It's a new order for Discovery getting ready to launch. That's a good picture. That's one of my favorites. All right, and then we got another store message. Love the content. Keep up the good work. Hey, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, okay? That's an SLS Assembly shirt going out there. We appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. So, let's see. We are sitting at T-minus 3 hours and 43 seconds. Excuse me, it's early. We're a little ways out here. So I think, Jay, Sawyer, I think we should get some more questions, shouldn't we? There's plenty of them over in the chat. Okay, let's see. So let me take a look. Let me rifle through here and see what we got. Oh, this one's coming from Sean Moy. Sawyer, I'm going to send this one over to you because you're there. What are the chances of a morning jellyfish? What is a jellyfish, first of all?
Yeah, for those who don't know, the jellyfish effect is basically when the sun is either just about to rise or has just set. The way that the lighting hits the launch plume, basically you're able to see, sorry about the wind, the expansion of it so much more, and it kind of looks like the top of a jellyfish, that kind of rounded top with the lighting hitting it. Well, I got to double check what time sunrise is right here, and I'll be able to let you know. I think it may be a bit too early. Yeah, sunrise is 7 a.m. So at this point, it's a bit too early for the jellyfish effect here for that 5:15 a.m. launch.
But Sawyer, what else do we get instead of a jellyfish because this is return to landing zone?
Oh, the one I'm aiming for tonight, the Falcon Nebula. So basically, after stage separation, the first stage will have to basically halt the brakes, it'll slam on the brakes to be able to then go right back to where it landed, as opposed to just coasting like they're used to for the drone ship landings. So as a result, that means that during that burn, the engines from the first stage are kind of pointing near the engines of stage 2, or the engine of stage 2, and as a result, you get this plume interaction, and it looks kind of like a nebula, and we call that the jellyfish, or the Falcon Nebula.
So, what are the chances, man? I think it's a little too early, but
Chances
we
of a
might.
Falcon Nebula are very high if
Very
the clouds
high.
cooperate, but for a
Uh,
jellyfish, not likely.
yeah. Okay. There you go. There you go. So, Jay, I'm gonna rifle this next question off here from Terrence the W here, saying, are there any strange traditions that the crew still do before a launch? I mean, I don't know about you guys. I believe in bad juju, but I think the astronauts and cosmonauts are kind of with me on this one. Jay, what do you think?
Oh gosh, I think honestly that's probably going to be better suited for Sawyer because Sawyer is up to date with pretty much everything astronaut ever, anytime, any space flight. Not to build you up too much, Sawyer.
I do. One of them I'm going to hand off to Julia. I know it sounds like we're bouncing it around, but Julia has the history behind it. So as they stood up, there is one thing that they have to do before they walk out, before what we just saw, and that is a card game. Do you want to explain the rules, Julia?
Oh boy, yeah. So, to be fair, I have asked an astronaut exactly when this started, and nobody knows exactly when this started, but it was during the shuttle program. And basically, it's a card game, and your commander has to win before they can leave. Sometimes that happens in just one round, and it's basically just a high-low, and they have to have the higher. Unfortunately for this suit up, we did not have live views available to us to share that moment, which is usually when we explain it. So we may come back to it again when NASA goes live, because I do believe they were recording the whole suit up process, and then we can come back while they're doing that on NASA's stream, and we can discuss more about that. But other traditions that do occur during crew launches are the roses at Johnson Space Center, correct, Sawyer? A family does still deliver the roses for crew launches, and Mission Control has those. So once the crew leaves the pad here and you get handoff, that control center takes over.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can.
Came to Kennedy Space Center in their T-38s. One of the first places they would go would be the crew kitchen, and they would load up on those cookies. And occasionally those do come back, at least to the press site, because I do bake those for our crew most launches. Just this time, y'all, sorry, I was too tired, but you'll definitely get them for Artemis. So there are still traditions in play. Each little crew may have their own things that they do, but there's still the crew breakfast going out to the beach house, which I do believe Jessica had posted being out there on her social media.
Yep. And then the other tradition that's relatively new just for these launches with SpaceX is that they get to sign the wall of the White Room before they enter the capsule. And so it used to be at 39As, there would be a NASA logo and a SpaceX logo, and depending on if you're flying a NASA mission or a private SpaceX mission, you would sign next to that specific insignia. Whereas in, I believe, Sleek 40s just has the X in it, and right now it only has the Crew 9 signatures in there. So we'll be adding 4 more of those, including the commander, as you saw there, and all of the astronauts astronauts
12 февраля
that you see with
в
these
рейсе
photos that
15
Max
появился
took at
космический
walkout,
корабль
which are
Crew Dragon
spectacular.
Yeah,
C212.5
really
Look
great
at
Freedom,
those smiles.
They were
который
not
будет
standing there for very
использоваться в
long,
этой миссии,
so
ранее
that's
совершал
really,
полеты
really exceptional work, Max.
на космическую станцию и обратно в рамках миссии Crew-4, Axiom-2, Axiom-3, Crew-9. Это будет
Good
второй
stuff.
полет
So once
первой
again, this
ступени
is Max
бустер
Evans out there in
B11
working media there for the walk out there,
который
taking some
ранее
great
запускала
portrait
миссию
shots
Starlink.
of
После
the
отделения первой
Crew-12
ступени Falcon 9
crew.
совершит посадку на посадочной площадке LZ-40 на
Right. So
космодроме
at
на
this
мысе Канаверал.
point in
Это
time,
будет
Crew
первая
should
площадка на
be
космическом
inside of the pad perimeter
Вот,
here,
боже, что я говорю.
but
Это будет первая посадка
we
на
should
новую
it
посадочную
should be a little bit
площадку
before they do
Landing
crew
Zone
ingress. There's a
40.
couple of things that you got to figure out there. So I'm
Во
going to
время
keep going.
пребывания на орбитальной лаборатории
I'm
экипаж
going to keep
проведет
going
новые
here with the
исследования в рамках
questions.
подготовки к освоению
And
человеком
so,
околоземной орбиты и на благо
Jay,
человечества на Земле. В
I will
составе
pose
экипажа
this.
будет
I'll
астронавты
fire this one again to
НАСА,
you. I want
командир
to get you to
миссии
answer one of
и
these
пилот
questions. You're going to
Джек
answer one, all right? You're gonna
Канаверал,
answer one. You're
а
gonna like
также
it. So,
специалисты
one.
миссии
No.
Софи из ВК и
so
то есть
this
Европейского
question
космического
is
агентства
from
Андрей Федяев из Роскосмоса. Это
Waning
будет уже
Exploring
аж
at
600-й запуск
5587, who's
Falcon 9
asking,
за
how
примерно
long has SpaceX
15,5
been
лет.
taking astronauts up to
И
the
17-й в
ISS,
этом году,
the
а также
International Space
21-й
Station,
запуск Crew
and what
Dragon,
did they use to take
20-й
them before
пилотируемый и
SpaceX?
первый в этом году.
Oh, wow.
It's a good one,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Впрочем, более
I can
подробно
answer half
про
of it.
экипаж
Because I don't remember the exact
и
start date that they started launching. I
ракету,
don't have that off the top
корабль
of my
я
head.
расскажу
However,
попозже, уже
2020.
когда там на запуске
2020, thank
будет
you.
May of
минут
2020
It was
for Jay.
2020. There we go. I answered it.
There you go. Hey,
а также
dude, we're good.
состояние
We're good. Pack it
до
up.
запуска
We're good.
просто.
So
ждем.
we have had the fortune, I suppose, of being able to have a continuous presence on the ISS for more than 20 years now.
Боже,
A lot
а
of that was
что
done with the
происходит
space shuttle.
вообще? Ясно, я повторюсь тогда еще, потому что у меня было максимально уродский слышь, да. Всем привет, с вами я, Space. Вы попали на прямую трансляцию запуска пилотируемого космического корабля Crew Dragon миссии Crew-12 на ракете Falcon 9 на Международную Космическую Станцию. SpaceX и НАСА планируют запуск ракеты Falcon 9 в рамках 12-го оперативного пилотируемого космического полета Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию со стартовой площадки LZ-40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде сегодня в пятницу 13 февраля в 10:15 по EDC, то есть через 2 часа 52 минуты и 18 секунд. Космический корабль Crew Dragon C212.5 Freedom, используемый в этой миссии, ранее совершал полеты на космическую станцию и обратно в рамках миссии Crew-4, Axiom-2, Axiom-3 и Crew-9. Это будет второй полет первой ступени B1101, которая ранее запускала одну миссию Starlink. После отделения первой ступени Falcon 9 совершит посадку на посадочной площадке Landing Zone 40 на космодроме на мысе Канаверал. Это будет первая посадка на новую посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40. Во время пребывания на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования в рамках подготовки к освоению человеком околоземной орбиты и на благо человечества на Земле. В состав экипажа входят астронавты НАСА, Джессика Мейер, командир, и пилот Джек Хэтэуэй, а также специалисты миссии София Адена из Европейского космического агентства и Андрей Федяев из Роскосмоса. Это будет уже аж 600-й запуск ракеты Falcon 9 и 17-й в этом году, а также 21-й запуск Crew Dragon, 20-й пилотируемый и 1-й в этом году. Более подробно про экипаж, ракету, корабль я расскажу попозже, там минут за 40 до запуска где-то, потому что, сейчас, времени до запуска еще дофига, еще аж 2 часа 51 минута, поэтому ждем.
Starliner as well also has brought a crew up to the ISS, although it is yet to bring them back down. That's a whole nother story, but just other ways to access the International Space Station. I have to mention it.
Yep, that is true.
Okay. Now, the camera shots out here look pretty clear, but I think I'm going to throw it over to Julia for the weather. Julia, how's the weather going out there? Are we still looking good? No clouds rolling in, right?
Oh, I mean, there's clouds, but we're on the coast here, so it's chilly for Florida. I have a hat on today. That does not impact at all what the rocket does, though, on the pad. Totally able to launch. As far as weather goes, I would say it's still a green. I'm not aware of any downrange weather issue on the eastern range at this moment, so we'll wait and hear an official launch weather forecast, but for now we're good. The winds are calm. Skies are not exactly clear, but that's okay. These are not storm clouds.
Okay. So we have the launch forecast up here coming from Next Space Flight, which has given us a probability of go, or PGO for short, of 90%. The primary concerns here we have are cumulus cloud rules and flight through precipitation. Now, if you don't speak meteorologist, and don't get me wrong, meteorology is a second language for me, so I'm not fluent in weather guy, but we're getting there. I know how it pertains to rockets. I'll tell you that. The cumulus cloud rule means there's clouds in the area. You generally don't want to fly through clouds with the rocket. I mean, same reasons you don't want to fly through them with an airplane. And that kind of leads into the next thing. That's flight through precipitation. Don't fly through a rain cloud. Water hitting your spacecraft on the way up is probably not great for it. Don't do that. So if we look down here at additional risk criteria here, we have pad escape winds are low. Ascent corridor weather is moderate, which means the Atlantic might be a little bit angy tonight. This morning. It's tonight for me, guys. I apologize. And then the booster recovery weather is low. I mean, of course, the booster is coming right back to the pad. So the pad escape winds and the booster recovery weather is basically the same thing, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And then solar activity is low. Now I wonder, what do you mean solar activity? It's nighttime. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's nighttime out. That is talking about the charged radiation that comes from the sun, particularly from what's called a coronal mass ejection. Basically, the sun is a gigantic power plant. If you think of it like that, every once in a while, it burps a little bit and it shoots out ejecta in the form of solar winds, which is ionized radiation. And that, there is weather. There's weather in space. That's the right way to say it. And you generally don't want to fly into that if there's high what's called solar activity. But thankfully, this morning, solar activity looks to be really low.
And if I can clarify one thing, I just want to make sure it's not like we're saying Next Space Flight is the one predicting the forecast. This is the official forecasting comes from the 45th Weather Squadron at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here in Florida with Patrick Space Force Base. So just want to make sure that we're not the ones doing the forecasting. It's the actual the range, so to speak. They have an entire weather squadron that this is all they do is launch, live, eat, and
we get, so we're just sending this back out to the masses. Also, the solar winds are the wonderful effect they get caught up in Earth's magnetic field that give us the aurora. So if you've ever seen some beautiful pictures from that, then that is the source of all of those wonderful colors in the night sky.
Yeah, so usually large amounts of aurora all the way down the United States equals bad time to launch.
Yes. I gotta make sure things are relatively calm.
And we have seen a lot of solar activity. It does happen. We've seen I've seen the aurora borealis all the way down in New England. I'm in New England. That's not near the North Pole last time I checked. I mean, I'm about 42 degrees north, and we were seeing the auroras down here, which is it is higher than normal, but tonight it's not a big deal. It's low on the forecast. And there's the meteorologists that you see on the television. I'm not saying that they're bad, but the Space Force Delta 45, they're the meteorologists of meteorologists. They're the goated meteorologists. Whatever they say, I'll believe them. I believe that's the type of aeronautical meteorology that you really don't want to get wrong.
Yeah.
That's the one that's like pilots rely on for flying planes around. So whatever they say goes, if they say don't fly, okay, all right, cool. Gotcha, Okay.
I think we do see a little bit of activity. It's hard to tell from this far out, but there is a little bit of activity going on around the capsule itself. So Julia was talking earlier about how the astronauts were seeing, some people for the last people that they would see on Earth for a little while until they go up and then come back down from their mission. But that's going to be the closeout crew that's up there, or also known as the Pad Ninjas, which are just a part of the SpaceX team that helps to ensure astronauts are getting positioned right, making sure everything is functional, looking good, safe, all buttoned up, and getting ready to seal things up. So that'll take a while. That's going to be a process to get everybody in and situated. But that is currently the activity that's going on up at the top of the rocket.
Yep, that's called crew ingress, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, where they assist the crew in getting in. Basically, strap yourself in, make sure you're comfortable, 'cause they're going to be in there for a while. I don't know if you guys see that timer that's in the top left corner of your screen. We are sitting at 2 hours, 44 minutes, 22 seconds out from a liftoff here of the Crew-12 mission to the ISS, to the International Space Station. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see what we got. The weather's looking good. You know.
And the Falcon 9 is not fueled yet either. Like, this is still before everything's fueled up. So the crew gets there early, gets situated, buttoned up. Then everybody clears the pad, and then they start to fuel the rocket.
Okay, so I got another question here. This is actually a pretty good one. I'm going to handle this one if you don't mind. So this is coming from Hyman Zahara. How long can Dragon be docked to the ISS? Well, it actually varies. I mean, the absolute latest that you really it kind of depends. NASA is working on 6-month crew rotations here. That's how they're doing it right now. So Dragon can stay up there for a little over 6 months. There's obviously flux in the timelines here because, you know, there's only certain times you can get to the ISS. There's, you know, missions that might end shortly. There's resupply missions that might come in at different times. There's a lot of logistics that have to do with this. I think the longest that we've seen one up there is 7 months. It could probably go further, but the reason why I want to kind of talk about it is because, well, I'm not going to say that they don't know. There are bottlenecks and there is consumables on Dragon where you have to come back down eventually. But you don't, with spaceflight, you never ever want to get to that point. So let's just say figuratively here that if Dragon has a consumable on it that lasts 10 months, right? You're going to plan your mission for 6 months, right? So if anything goes wrong, you're preemptive about it and you have some flux in your time period here. Now, keep in mind, those numbers are kind of made up in this analogy, but it goes to show you how SpaceX and NASA go about solving these problems, go about handling these movements in ISS logistics. You know, you got to be preemptive. Human spaceflight especially is all about making sure you don't really have any surprises. And if you do, you're prepared for them. So how long can Dragon stay up there? You know what? We're not exactly sure. We don't know the upper limits of it. But we know that NASA isn't going to get close to it. I know that for a fact. They won't get close to it because you always plan just in case. You always have a contingency. You always have something you can fall back on. You never want to put yourself into a scenario that's unrecoverable, right? You don't want to do that. NASA and SpaceX work diligently to be absolutely preemptive about anything that could potentially jeopardize the mission. So how long can it stay up there? Probably a good amount of time. But do you risk it? No, absolutely not. Don't ever get near the upper limits of what Dragon should be doing. If you always plan your missions around 2/3 of Dragon's time up there, once again, those numbers are just for, you know, demonstration purposes. If you always plan for like 2/3 of the total time you can keep it up there, you're never going to run into problems, right? That's just smart engineering. And that's the kind of stuff you got to do if you're going to run a continuously crewed space station for over 2 decades at this point. I think the first Expedition 1, that was 2000, wasn't it?
That was the year 2000, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, pieces of the ISS went up earlier. I believe as early as 1998, and then they were pieced together, but for actual crew living was 2000.
Yep. So continuous crewed operations on the International Space Station since 2000. That's yeah. I don't know about you guys. I remember that. I remember when that was on the news, and I don't know what that says about me. You know, I definitely remember
that you've always been a spaceflight nerd. That's what it says.
You know what? That's what I wanted to hear, Jay.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to hear. All right. Great questions all around. I'm just going to go through some support here real quick. We got Shazbert Toddbot here. $20 super chat. Just got home from work. Did you have a good nap before the stream? No, I did not. I've
Nap.
no.
What are
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Between this coverage here and the Space Force SF-87 mission that launched last night, in the last 48 hours, I've probably gotten about 6 hours of sleep. So, I'm doing just fine. I got a cup of coffee. I'm great. You guys got your coffee? I'd hope so, because we got 2 hours, 39 minutes, 27 seconds until this candle gets lit. We got plenty of time left, so get your coffee brewing. It is the morning. It says AM right there on my clock, so we're going to keep it going. So did I get sleep? No, absolutely not. And then we got Rose. What's up?
Oh, you're a little bro buddy, Sawyer.
Before coming out here, and
So Sawyer, it looks like your
caffeine
mic
to
is,
drink right now.
is
Sorry,
good.
it's the Starlink. It was a Starlink handover. Apologies about that. Hopefully, I should be back now.
All right. Yeah, you sound great.
You're good.
What were you
Yeah,
saying?
I was saying I took a 30-minute nap, and I've got caffeine seltzer here, so I'm trying, and a sandwich. So hopefully that'll help.
Ooh, sandwich helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Always get a good bite to eat. But guys, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't skip this for nothing. Even if I didn't cover SF-87, I will not miss a crew launch. No way. I've watched every single Dragon crew launch, every single one of them. Who's with me here in chat? Have you watched every single one? I've watched every single one of them. From DM2 all the way to Crew-12, commercial missions from 2, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn. How many of you guys out there in chat have watched all of them? Be honest. Don't lie. Don't lie. We'll see.
Один ковток, і ти у ритмі. Моршинська спорт. 100% відновлення.
Most of them? You got most of them? I will not miss a crewed flight. You know why? It's because, me and Sawyer and Jay too, right? We're all shuttle guys. I mean, it wouldn't be NSF without us saying something about the space shuttle. We're all space shuttle fans. Yep, there you go. If you have that on your bingo card, you're good, right? It wouldn't be us if we weren't going to talk about the shuttle. I remember, Sawyer, you said you were there. STS-135, that last flight, and then nothing after that, right? Nothing for 9 years.
I remember it.
I will not miss a crewed flight because Sawyer, we've had nothing. Remember that? We had nothing for a long time.
Plus, it's people. That's the other thing. Not your ordinary Starlinks, as I like to call them, can feel ordinary, that's for sure. But it never ceases to amaze me as humanity that we have designed the ability to create this vehicle and a capsule on top of it that can sustain the life of human beings in an environment that is one of the most deadly that we know of. It just blows my mind. The rocket science, the life support systems, the engineering, all of the work that goes into it, and the thousands of people that have to make it happen so that these 4 people can do extremely important research and science and bring home the overview effect never ceases to amaze me.
Yep. Good stuff. Yeah, this is, like I said, it's like I was saying earlier, boys. This is humanity at its best. This is great. Great stuff. And Julia was talking about all the traditions, like I know, Julia, I know you said you didn't bake cookies this time, but it's stuff like that really puts a human element on it. And I think that's the other reason why I won't miss one. That's what really differentiates this from a Starlink launch. Not that a Starlink launch is bad. Anytime a rocket goes off, it's great, right? But Julia, you were talking about baking cookies, you're talking about the roses, you're talking about all that stuff. The human element really drives this home. It really, you kind of don't lose sight of why we're doing this, right? It's really important. Yeah, good stuff.
Absolutely. Like, there's nothing like a crew mission. I really don't have any other way to explain it than it's not a vibe. It's not a moment, as people say on social media. There's a weight to it. There's an importance to it. But there's something special too about an international partnership that we get to witness here at the press site. Not only do we have members of press from other countries here, but I just met somebody from ESA and their media team and what they bring to the table. And just seeing an international partnership is a beautiful thing. And we don't always get that out here for your everyday Starlink missions, right? So, Crew just hits different, as Max would say.
Yeah, it's one of those you have to come out and try and experience it. If you've never seen a rocket launch, especially one with the crew, I highly recommend trying to do it. If you do come down, by the way, we have a video on the YouTube channel of where are the best places to watch the launch. So if you haven't, or you want to come down and not sure where and how to plan it out, it's a good tool to kind of help you out with it. But absolutely highly recommend getting to see one of these. And speaking of the international part that you were talking about, just look at how these different nations are represented through their different patches. You have the ESA patch on the left. You have the I believe the NASA one in the middle, and then the SpaceX patch on the right. And I just love the design. You can see the three different flags on all of them, essentially the American flag, the Russian flag, and the French flag, which it helps that all three of them are basically the same three colors in that sense. But the design's so unique. And Julie, you were talking with them about the Epsilon patch, which is an interesting one.
Right. So I did not realize that ESA, that they actually have their own mission name and mission patch, really to a nod to the agency and the astronaut that is participating. So um, the astronauts choose their own mission name. And in
Those
this
hooks
case, this
driving to form
patch,
the hard mate on the space-facing port of the
let's
International
see, the
Space
mission
Station's
patch features numerous dots symbolizing these little nothing. Hummingbird, one of Earth's tiniest birds, crucial in ecosystems. Three colored dots recalling the French flag and representing Earth, Moon, and Mars. And finally, a shooting star, a poetic reminder that dreams keep us alive. So I thought that was really sweet. And that's a beautiful mission patch to go along with NASA's official one.
I love that it's the astronauts that get to pick that one too. Like it just further cements the humanity in spaceflight because they get to bring a part of themselves into the creativity of creating a patch like this. So it's really incredible to learn about that.
Right. And the mission name, I just caught this. ESA just brought us their own media materials. So this is how I actually learned about this. But Salon embodies the essence of small yet impactful contributions. So it's a reminder to all of us too that we may not think we contribute a lot, but we contribute more than you think.
hmm All smart, all a small part of a greater whole, which is just trying to push our boundaries beyond the horizon of our own Earth into space as a international cooperation effort, essentially through the ISS, which is what we were talking about before, where the shuttle stopped flying, and obviously we still needed to continue sending astronauts up into space from the U.S. or sorry, U.S. astronauts up into space, and so that's where the international partnership with Roscosmos came in, so that we were sending them up on Soyuz and making sure that we still had access to the ISS because it has been continuously crewed for more than 20 years. And so we want to be able to continue that as long as we're able to, and then transfer that over to another space station. And then that's going to open up the possibility for other partnerships, not necessarily international specifically, but also commercial as well, trying to get more space stations up into orbit and even potentially beyond. So it seems slow going sometimes, and maybe it is, but it's also this sort of steadfast, steady march onwards. And we have setbacks sometimes, but it is all in the pursuit of continuing to push beyond our own Earth. So that's something I always really like. And like you're talking about earlier with the weight of a crew launch, this is a small part of that. Just like the ESA mission denotes, it's all one small step forward, essentially.
Yep. And speaking of slow steps forward, we have an update from NASA's Crew-12 blog. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir, Commander Jack Hathaway, pilot, along with mission specialists European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Edino and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev have boarded the Dragon spacecraft. Over the next 45 minutes, the crew will conduct communication checks with mission control, inspect their spacesuits for any leaks, and rotate their seats into a reclined position for launch before receiving the all clear to close Dragon's side hatch. After liftoff at 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time, it will take the four-person team about 34 hours to rendezvous and dock at 3:15 p.m. on Saturday, February 14th to the International Space Station. Once they arrive, seven crew members representing the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, the European Space Agency, and Roscosmos, the Russian Space Agency, will be aboard the orbiting laboratory. Okay, good news. Good news. The crew's seated inside, and closeout crews are working to get Dragon's hatch sealed up and ready to go. That's good stuff. Good stuff. That's a good step in the right direction here.
Yeah, some of the things.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, sorry, some of the things that they're doing.
This is the most relaxing game in 2025.
Once they do that, they will also do their communications checks with the different communications networks. So Dragon to ground, Dragon to air, all these different ways that they have to communicate. They have backups, of course, in case something were to stop working. So all of that are the things that they're running through before they finally give them their tablets, seal everything up, and head out. And also of note, the closeout crew, they typically give some of their patches to the astronauts who take it up with them to space. And then once they make it back safely, they give their name patch back to the closeout crew as a kind of thank you for getting them all set up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. We got another picture here coming in from Max. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
Beautiful. God.
Amazing. It looks like Jessica, I believe.
Yep, that's Jessica.
Yep. It's saying goodbye.
Bringing that human element home.
Right? It might not have it in my size, but that hoodie that the kid has on is pretty cool. I would definitely rock that. Dude, you know what? It could be a onesie. That's fine. A spacesuit is a onesie. That's fine. It's okay. Right? Good stuff. Good stuff. Driving that human element home. There you go.
Shout out Max Evans.
Yeah, Max Evans, beautiful photo out there for the crew walkout, and had such a small amount of time to get photos, but just absolutely nailed it. Did really fantastic.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So once again, you're looking at a live shot here of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon 2 spacecraft on board. Set to fly the Crew-12 mission here with a liftoff time of 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 hours, 26 minutes, 50 seconds out from launch. The crew is currently getting into the capsule in anticipation of a early Friday morning launch to the International Space Station. Yeah, crew ingress should be done. You can kind of see, sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to interrupt. You can kind of see if you squint your eyes. You can see there's some movement up there around the capsule. We can kind of see somebody up there on that surface structure doing their thing, right?
Yeah, and we've got a decent view of the pad right now. And in addition to what we're seeing from this view, SLC-40, I'm giving away the secret. SLC-40 has also had some recent additions. Do you want to be able to talk through what some of that new new construction is out there for them?
We do have new construction. I do believe in the form of a launch pad, Jay, don't we?
A landing pad, yes.
Yeah.
LZ-40, Landing Zone 40 is a new addition to SLC-40, and it will be the first attempted landing at this particular landing zone, which is not very far from the launch site itself. It's right here.
Yeah, it's just to the east. Oh, sorry, I was going to say it's just to the east of where the pad is, kind of towards the water there. And I was wondering earlier of how long has it been since we've seen a new landing location? And it turns out it's been a while. It has been over a decade since we have seen a new landing zone on land introduced. Here at the Cape, the first one saw the first ever successful landing of an orbital class booster on LZ-1 there back in 2015. Still remember that vividly. LZ-2's debut was for the side core during the Falcon Heavy demo in February 2018. And then out on the West Coast, you had Falcon 1A back in October of 2018. So that's the last time we've seen any new landing zones on land. Now, if we move to the sea, even still, it's been quite a while. It's been 5 years since the newest one, going back to the original, just read the instructions for CRS-5, which saw better days, and then they moved to the current, just read the instructions back in 2016. Then you have, of course, I Still Love You, which was the East Coast, moved out to the West Coast, and that was commissioned in 2016. And then the newest one, the baby of the fleet, a shortfall of Gravitas, which made its debut on CRS-23 back in 2021. That is the last time we have seen a new location for a SpaceX booster to land. And this was the history of LZ-1, because that last year saw its final landing. I believe it was Crew-10. Saw its final Crew-10 or Crew-11. I'm trying to remember which. Because then the other one landed at LZ-2, which LZ-2 ended at the end of last year when their lease kind of ended there. So now everything is going to be LZ-40, and the main goal is to be able to, wherever you launch from is where you land.
That's, we have the landing site. There's LZ-4 out at Vandenberg, that was actually another launch pad that SpaceX converted into a landing pad, right? And that's all, Vandenberg launches there is a lot of them nowadays. Let's be real. It's not as much as you'd see out of the Cape usually, but the fact that that landing pad was right next to the launch pad out on the West Coast was cool. But now we don't have to worry about that. We have LZ-40. It is right outside the pad perimeter, and yeah, it's you know what, Sawyer? It's cool to see that SpaceX is still making moves with Falcon 9. At times you see them, it's like, oh, the pivot to Starship. But yet you have this amazing workhorse of a vehicle, right? That launches every 2 days, almost 2 to 3 days. We get one of these launches. We get landings. We get, new landing pads being made. 2 pads with, well, I was about to say 2 pads with crew access capability, but that's not a thing anymore right now.
Nope.
There's always stuff going.
It is.
He agrees.
Unbelievable. They haven't forgotten about it.
Yep. You'd think that it's all Starship. No. The Falcon 9 program is still doing work. It's still doing work, still the workhorse of the American space program right now. It's great.
And a reminder, Space Launch Complex 40. Oh, sorry. Must be a delay on my end. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. Space Launch Complex 40 is the busiest launch pad in the world currently, too, on top of that. So to add a landing zone to it is spectacular.
I'm super excited to see the photos that folks are going to take from this. I know you're excited out there. Is there any specific shots you're trying to go for with both the launch site but also the landing site?
I mean, of course, you want to go for the streak shot where you get both of them in the same frame, which is always nice. So I'm sure a lot of us will be aiming for that. Otherwise, I just want to be able to see it actually almost touch down, because normally, right when the landing legs deploy from the press site for LZs 1 and 2, it's behind these giant tree lines. So we never actually get to see it. It'll be nice to see it almost all the way through and to touchdown.
I'm just really excited. It's always so great to see. Like, for example, the shots that we just saw from Max. Like I didn't know we were going to get such incredible photos from walkout. It's always such a great surprise to see what folks decide to come up with their creativity, going out there and trying different things to get different shots and things like that, and just not only at the press site but also all over the Titusville area. Getting really incredible photos from launches. It's so exciting to see what turns out every single time.
Definitely good stuff. So you were talking a little bit about the communication systems, the redundant communication systems that they're going through on top of suit lead checks, et cetera. I actually wanted to hover in on this, and because this is something I'm relatively familiar with here. So people are, if anybody's wondering, like, why did they check the radio 3 times? Well, they communicate through 3 redundant loops during a launch, right? It actually becomes 2 once it leaves the once it leaves the pad. But there is the ground communications loop, which is just, the rocket connected into the pad, right? They can communicate through the ground loop. They communicate data in relay satellites, or TDRS for short. They communicate on all 3 avenues to make sure all the radios are working, just in case something goes wrong, and that feeds into being preemptive. Right now, that's the kind of stuff that they're doing here out on the pad. I know we just see a shot of the pad with the rocket and some blinking lights, but that is the kind of stuff they're going through right now. They have 3 different redundant avenues of communication, just in case. And then when the rocket leaves the pad, obviously the ground loop is not going to work anymore because you're not on the ground. Right? Even then, you have ground tracking station communications, and then you have NASA's tracking data and relays as well. Always have those redundant systems. And that's why, that's why we're doing the coverage right now, despite being 2 hour, 19 minutes, 7 seconds out. We're sitting here telling you what's going on, and we're sitting here, watching the gears turn, because that's what it takes to get people up into space. It's really, really fascinating stuff. Okay.
Speaking of gears turning, in 3 minutes we'll have seats turning with the seat rotation happening right at the top of the hour with 3 a.m. So the crew is already in there, already situated, and the seats will be rotating up into the flight position. So they're up near the panel, all the control panels with the displays and MFDs and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, what Jay is referring to here is there are 4 seats in Dragon, and when Dragon is on the ground, those seats are oriented in the same way a regular chair would be. But they do actually recline, but they recline up. Incline? They recline up, so when the rocket takes off, you're facing the way that the rocket is going. Pretty useful function there. We would want that. So seat rotation is part of that checkout sequence in the beginning, making sure the astronauts are going in the right direction. Now, I know what people are gonna ask, why rotate the seats? If you cast your mind back, if you're an older space shuttle fan, or frankly any other spacecraft fan, the seats do not move. They're not very adjustable. The seats are usually form-fitted to the astronauts or cosmonauts that are flying. On the space shuttle, the spacesuit, believe it or not, is the padding. The space shuttle seats are basically a folding chair that they bolted to the ground, with the exception of the pilot and commander. They sit in a little bit more comfy seats, but the orange suits that you see on the shuttle and on Orion, those have the padding built in. The suit is the seat. Now, on Dragon, you do have form-fitted seats, right? But the shuttle, Soyuz, Orion, their seats aren't adjustable, right? Dragon has these movable seats that you can move up into position. You got a form-fitted seat, move it up into position. It's what a 21st century spacecraft should look like. Even the seat rotation, that's something that doesn't happen on other spaceships. With the shuttle, the seats are pointed straight up, and they basically had to, push the astronauts up into position. They had ladders all inside of the space shuttle, basically chutes and ladders to try to get into that thing to get in all the right seats. So this is actually allowable for super easy crew ingress, and that is what's going on right now. We should be about 21 minutes out for Dragon hatch closure. There we go. 10 minutes after that, the launch director will verify go for propellant load. Now, Jay, Falcon 9, you said earlier in the cast, this thing is not fueled right now.
That's right.
It's not fueled. There's nothing on board. Why would they put people on it if there's no fuel and oxidizer on board?
Well, that's exactly why they would put people on it, because it's safest when it's not fueled. So they get the crew in place in the capsule, and then the pad teams clear out. So that way everybody's at a safe distance. And that's when they actually start to do the fueling, because at that point, the crew is going to be secure in the capsule itself, but the folks that are on the pad need to be at a safe distance in case there were ever any kind of an issue on the pad. So, yeah, they just wait to make sure everybody's settled, and then that's when the actual fueling process starts. Which, fortunately for the Falcon 9, is not a terribly long process compared to some other rockets, which may or may not be much larger.
Doesn't the wet dress rehearsal for the Space Launch System countdown operations start 2 days out, 49 hours, I believe?
It's a pretty long process. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it.
Now, they're not fueling it for 49 hours. To be very clear, they're not fueling it for 49 hours. That happens in the last hour or two. But with a rocket like SLS, they'd want to get all the propellants in and then put people on board. The reason why NASA prefers that way is, and SpaceX does it slightly different. They use load and go, like what Jay was talking about. You can kind of do one or the other. The real thing is that you just don't really want to be near a rocket when it's fueled or when it's fueling. When it's fully fueled and when it's empty, it's actually relatively safe. It's when a rocket is being filled up or topped off. That's when it's going through a lot of different transients. A lot of things are changing. A lot of things are expanding. A lot of things are contracting. That's generally regarded by commercial endeavors and national space programs as a dangerous thing that you do not want to be near it when it's being fueled. Now, when it's fully fueled, you're good to go. In SpaceX's case here, they haven't fueled it yet. They got people on board, and when they do go to fuel it, the people on board will be the only people that are near it, and they have the launch escape system activated. Right, Jay?
Yep. And that is for folks who aren't familiar, that is the system that will, if there were some kind of an anomaly, the capsule itself would detach itself, getting some clamps and some waves from the astronauts. I'm assuming maybe folks are getting ready to leave for the pad closeout crew.
Yeah, we got a shot of the crew on board right there. There we go, Crew-12, shot from inside the capsule.
In about 3 minutes, they'll be doing their suit leak checks, so they'll probably be starting to do preparations for that. But if there were ever some kind of anomaly with the capsule or observation, however you'd like to say it, then the capsule, with the rocket, with the capsule, it would actually remove itself from the top of the booster and fly away with the Super Dracos that are built into the Dragon capsule. So that is the launch escape system that keeps the crew safe. All part of the redundant safety measures that, again, safety is the top priority with human spaceflight. So that is what that is supposed to do.
Yep. So as you can see from this shot here, the seats have already rotated up into position. So left to right here, we have Andrei Fedyev on the left. He's a mission specialist. Then we have Jack Hathaway in the pilot seat. Then Jessica Meir, commander of the mission, in the second higher seat. And then on the right, we have Sophie Edenot, ESA astronaut from France. And then, so you see the seats are already rotated up into position. If you guys are kind of wondering, what's going on in this picture, what's the other things that are there? Why do they have iPads strapped to their thighs? Yes, they do. That's the onboard checklists for the capsule. They are on iPads and it's on your thigh, just like if you were piloting an airplane. There we go.
Yep, the old knee board.
Hey, old tricks. Well, it's not an old trick. It's a tablet. I mean, the guys back in the day had a notebook.
It's modernized.
Flip the pages, right?
By the way, that's also their little supply kit that they have there. So they have personal items as well inside that box that the iPad is on. And from what I've been told, that does include snacks for when they first get into orbit.
Excellent.
Everybody needs some good snacks for space.
Yep.
Just like the Kerbals taught us.
Oh yeah, Kerbal snacks, man. That's what it is.
Hey, that knee pad, that's kind of fancy because during the shuttle era, they actually would put their sandwich snack in their flight suit in the pocket.
Can I have some of your tots? No, man. Sorry. I apologize.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
On the, I don't know, the side wall of the capsule above Mr. Fediev there, far left, you have 4 patches indicating the 4 other missions that Dragon Freedom has flown. It started on April 27th, 2022 with a Crew-4 mission, and then it flew Axiom AX-2 on May 21st, 2023, and then it flew the AX-3, another Axiom space mission, in January of 2024. And then it flew Crew-9 in September of 2024. And then today, that brings us to today with Crew-12. So 4 prior missions, 5th flight for the capsule. That's really something. That's really something. You know, SpaceX isn't just reusing their fairings and boosters here. These capsules, 5th flight, that's pretty good. How many others? How many other spacecraft Jay could say that they've been reused at least 4 times? I can only think of, well, 5 others, I think.
Yeah, and this one's got about actually a little bit over a year of total flight time in space, 372 days. So that's a pretty good mark for that particular vehicle.
That's something else. You know, how crazy is it that the capsule in this particular stack, so on the right, guys, you see a shot of Falcon 9. That is the rocket that the 4 crew members are aboard. The first stage and the capsule on this flight have flown before. How crazy is it that the rocket is actually in a configuration where the capsule is on its 5th reuse and the first stage, practically brand new, is only on its 2nd flight. The first stage flying tonight is booster 1101 on its 2nd flight. That's it. The capsule is older than the booster.
Yeah.
It has more reuse on it, which is just, oh, that's wild stuff to me.
Yeah, and it's not even like the booster was dedicated to a crew launch previously. It was a Starlink group, and so being able to interchange them is fantastic for being able to do quick turnarounds in terms of both the booster and the capsule itself.
Mm-hmm. It is wild. Yeah, I just, everything's just happening so fast. It's just it's like, wait a minute. This capsule's flown 4 times before? All right. That's pretty neat. I love it. Jay, I don't know about you. I am a huge advocate for reusable spaceflight systems. Now, expendability, I do believe, has its place.
Mhm.
But reusability is the future I was promised when I was reading Popular Mechanics a long time ago, all right? That was the future we were promised, dude.
Even back when we'd see headlines like, in the distant year 2000, and we're like, oh, it's going to be so cool.
I'll be honest, space hasn't disappointed. It hasn't disappointed.
That's true.
Yeah, it hasn't disappointed. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Lots of great advancements. Like you were saying earlier, this is really a 21st century capsule right here. It's built to be built upon for the future, which is really, really awesome.
Yeah, and you know what the crazy part is that this is just the stopgap for SpaceX.
Exactly.
That's the part that kind of keeps getting me. It's just the stopgap. Okay. They got other stuff in the works, Got that Starship program down there, down in Texas, deep in the heart of Texas. We'll see where that goes. But right now, Dragon and Falcon are the workhorse. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of good questions. A lot of good questions here in chat. Let's see. Let me take a look. Okay, here's a good one from Severin Fisher. Okay, why don't they put 7 people on Dragon? I thought it had the capacity for it. Who wants this one? You guys speak up. I'll answer it if you guys don't want it. Jay, you want to try it? You want to try for this one?
I will only say that it is currently configured for 4, but you are correct in that it can handle up to 7, and then I will hand it graciously back to EJ.
Yep.
Well, the only thing I can really add to that is 4 is our typical crew scenario setup, right? And that's what we tend to send to the space station and how we work our crew rotations. It can be set up for up to 7. So imagine emergency situations, which we have had in the past, where you may be bringing additional passengers back home, and then things, you may not have a seat, but you can have more occupants in there. So it has the capability, but it's not a capability we need for our everyday needs.
Yeah, the biggest that's it, Julie. I was talking a little bit earlier about ISS logistics and how you plan this stuff out in advance. You know, how long does Dragon stay up there? We don't know where its upper limits are, but the way they plan the missions, you're never going to get near that, right? Now, if you think about it, right, NASA wants 4 people. And international partners, any stakeholder any stakeholders that are into the International Space Station, they want 4 people. Because if you think about it, you know, you have the flexibility there. You have the flexibility to, you know, in case something goes wonky, you know, you don't want to send 7 people up, and then maybe you have to use a Dragon as a lifeboat and then cram 10 people into a Dragon, right? If you send up 4 and something, you know, heavens forbid, something happens, right? You have the flexibility. Oh, okay, this capsule's designed for 7, right? You have flexibility in your mission operations. Now, generally, the best way to, you know, avoid crazy problems, like I've been saying, is to be preemptive about it, right? But this is one of those things that actually is going to help you do that. Capsule can hold 7. Okay, send up 4. Send up 4, and if something happens, you have additional redundant capability there. But the biggest, the biggest driver behind why it has 4 people on it, well, NASA wanted 4, and they pay SpaceX to launch 4 people into space. So there's 4 people on it. That's, hey, they're the ones that's footing the bill for it. You know, if you're the launch provider, you do what the customer wants, right? Customer wants 4, you get 4. Okay, I got another good question here from Gary7. This is a good one. I actually like this one. Sawyer, maybe you can help me out here. Are all Falcon 9s man-rated to fly Dragon? Now, I don't know if, you know, if what Gary's getting at is all Falcon 9s, like, are we getting it heavy or not? But Sawyer, what do you think?
My understanding is it is the systems, the designs, and everything related to it. So all of the Block 5 Falcon 9 boosters are crew rated. It is this specific design, this specific variant that they've used of Falcon for all these years that is the one that is certified to fly crew. So it doesn't matter which particular booster number, as long as it is the same type of systems, the same type of setup, the same inner workings, everything that they've come to know, and I guess in this case love, about Falcon 9 Block 5, then yes, they're all technically crew rated at that point.
Yep. Good one. All right. So once again, we are sitting at about 2 hours, 2 minutes, 24 seconds out from liftoff here. The crew is aboard the capsule right now. I do believe that Andrei Fedyev is over there. If it looks like he's taking a nap, yeah, probably. He probably is. The mission specialist, hey, you just...
thing in his hand. If you notice, his iPad is still on his knee. That looks like an iPhone. And this is brand new. Crew-12 and Artemis 2 will be the first crew missions for NASA where the astronauts are allowed to bring a phone with them. Of course, it is provided to them by NASA. It's specially rated to be able to go into space. Oh, I guess it is his tablet. But still, these are the first missions where they're actually being allowed to take iPhones up with them, or at least phones of some kind. They're not going to be internet connected. They're basically, all of the connections are going to be off. It's more, I believe Jared Eisman said, it's basically so that they can share what they see with their eyes more readily than having to reach for a fancy camera.
Hey, any extra media that NASA puts out, Sawyer, I am not gonna complain. So that's fine with me. I don't know about you guys. I'd take all of it I can get.
Reminds me of that scramble for the camera for Apollo 8 when they were trying to get the Earthrise, and they're like, "Oh, give me the color film, quick!" Just trying to scramble around the capsule trying to get that. Instead, in this case, it'll just be, "Oh, here we go."
Hey, Jay, that shot's not on schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Late Jim Level. Yeah, and you know what? It's not on schedule. I'm going to take it anyway. Where's the
Yeah.
color film? Let's go.
This is important.
Those that we are referring to the famous part of the Apollo 8 mission where Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, and Frank Borman came around the far side of the moon and saw the Earth rise above the moon's surface for the first time. It's important to capture those moments. And that Earthrise is one of NASA's most iconic shots, maybe only second to Neil Armstrong on the moon planting the American flag. That is a shot that lives in public consciousness. So yeah, any more of shots that we can get like that I'll eat that up. That's fine with me.
Yeah, it helps, in my opinion, it helps to build, I guess you could call it a collective overview effect, which Sawyer had mentioned previously. But in case you're not familiar, the overview effect of being essentially the vision that NASA astronauts, or really any astronauts, cosmonauts, anything, get from seeing Earth and realizing that this is a world without borders. Just lines drawn on a map, and getting that sense of we are one people and wanting to pursue our goals in space as one collective humanity. And so being able to bring those moments back to Earth, or sharing them more readily, is really an incredible feat that this mission is being able to move forward.
Yep, absolutely. That's very well said, man. Very well said. So, just to bring everybody up to speed here, this is NASA and SpaceX Crew-12 mission. You are looking at a live shot of a Falcon 9 rocket sitting on the pad at Space Launch Complex 40 with a Dragon 2 crewed spacecraft on poised on the top. We have 4 crew members aboard, set to launch at 5:15 a.m. to the International Space Station. We are just inside of 2 hours here. The next step here is to make sure that Dragon's hatch is closed. And not only does it close, but does it seal correctly. Dragon's hatch is equipped with a vacuum sealing mechanism, basically where they evac it's an inflatable seal where they actually evacuate the space between the seal and the hatch of the door and the door jamb. There is a rubber seal in there, and they pull vacuum out of the area between the seal and the door, and the seal actually expands. I don't think I need to tell you why you don't want that to leak, but just in case you don't want air leaking out the spacecraft. Where this thing is going up, even ISS is in our proverbial backyard from a spaceflight perspective, right? Comparatively to the moon, which is like going to a national park. Like the ISS is camping in your backyard. It is still a dangerous environment. Sorry, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. This where we go up there, even just to the ISS, it's dangerous, and you gotta make sure this stuff works. So once they close the hatch, they're going to check it for leaks. They're going to make sure that the hatch seals correctly, and they will monitor the leak rates once I say inflate the seal, but that's not the right way of saying it. What they actually do is pull vacuum in the area around the seal and get the seal to expand into that vacuum and seal correctly, which should be coming up here very, very soon. We're in about the next 2 minutes. We'll update you. We'll update you whenever we get the information. So I'm just going to go through a little bit of support here. I don't like keeping the support queue full. I like emptying it out. So I'm going to go through that real quick here. We have Deuce 2669 with a $5 super chat saying, Jared Isaacman had an interview that I just watched saying we will not give up humans in orbit. What do you think that will look like post ISS? Jay, this has your name written all over it. Go for it, man.
It is something that commercial partners have been working toward for a rough guess, at least the last 10 years, if not longer. Developing new locations to go, meeting stations, things like that, new vehicles to go there. new things to do in space, manufacturing in space, all that kind of stuff. It has been, I mentioned this before, that we are witnessing a slow but steady march towards more of a life in space for humanity. And that all comes from kind of the foundation that we have set with the ISS of living in space for more than 20 years. And so that is the eventual goal, is to have multiple destinations to go to, multiple vehicles that can take them there, being able to go out to the moon and eventually beyond. And so that is really the vision of post-ISS. Lots of companies are working to try and integrate with the ISS. Maybe I shouldn't say lots. Some companies are trying to integrate with the ISS before it is decommissioned, and then separate off into being their own stations. There's a few commercial partners that are trying to do that, and then further develop their own stations from there. So that is the eventual goal, is to have more places to go in space, so we can do more science and have a greater pursuit of our hopeful overall goal of expanding beyond Earth.
Yeah. Dude, that was well said. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thanks. It's one of my niche nerd areas about space.
Yeah, that's why I teed it up for you. I'm like, no, you're getting this one and you're going to like it. Okay, so check this out. On the screen, we do have some replay of the walkout for Crew-12. Now, this did happen a little bit earlier. This is basically right when we started streaming. But NASA has given us the footage to kind of get everybody up to speed here, like they're speeding down the crawlerway. Hey, I wonder if we can see Sawyer here. No? Okay. All right, so there's a shot of the crew.
Oh, that's a cool
You
moment.
did? Yep. There's the shot of the crew coming down the crew access arm to get into the capsule. On the right, that's Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway, and then we have Sophie Edino and Andrei Fedyev. There is that seat rotation that we were talking about. Like I said, the seat's adjustable.
Yep.
There we go. Actually, something that I didn't mention when we were
they have the option up until that point to use that crew access arm. But then once we get to tanking, then that crew access arm retracts away. And they have to have an emergency egress if something were to happen. We're also taking questions, as you can tell, as listening to Doug's biography and that little video reel. He's a wealth of information. So if you'd like to tap in and get a question into our astronaut, just look there at the bottom of the screen, hashtag Ask NASA. We'd love to hear from you. We're taking your questions live using that hashtag Ask NASA. So if you're watching on YouTube and X, just drop us a question, join the conversation. We'd love to have your question. We'll answer them live right here on the air. I say we, Doug will. Wheels has got all the information, and he's more than happy to answer your questions, and he does a great job at doing it. All right, let's take a closer look at the crew heading to space today. Dive in a little bit into each individual crew member. Jessica Meir, she is a NASA astronaut commanding this Crew-12 mission. She's a native of Maine and spent a total of 205 days in space on her only space flight back in 2019. Mir launched on a Soyuz rocket, and she was part of the first all-female spacewalks with fellow NASA astronaut Christina Koch, totaling nearly 22 hours in space. Jessica earned a biology degree from Brown University. When not training for spaceflight, Mir enjoys skiing, hiking, cycling, and scuba diving, and she's conversant in both Swedish and Russian. Very smart commander, very capable, been to space, and you know her well.
Absolutely. Jessica's awesome. I actually been in Russia with her while she was training as well. And I really admire her skills for learning a new language, because that was the toughest part of my studies, getting ready to fly on the Soyuz, is learning Russian. So.
And she, just the other day at a press conference, they didn't have the translator. It wasn't on yet. I don't know why, but she went ahead and translated for Fedyayev on the fly. So you can tell she knows her stuff. And
yeah.
An impressive candidate and commander as well. Next up is your Crew-12 pilot, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. He was born and raised in South Windsor, Connecticut. He's married with 2 children. The Connecticut native earned bachelor's degrees in physics and history from the U.S. Naval Academy. Hathaway completed an operational tour aboard the USS Nimitz in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, as well as Operation Inherent Resolve while aboard the USS Truman. He has more than 2,500 flight hours in 30 types of aircraft and flown 39 combat missions. This will be his first spaceflight.
Very excited about Jack going. The only downside to Jack, he's a Naval Academy graduate, coming from a West Point graduate.
From an Army guy.
We have great fun during the Army Navy games. We did fare so well this year, the Army team. But Jack's just a great test pilot and really a wealth of knowledge. And he also he's a wealth of dad jokes as well.
Is he one of those?
So Jack's got some great dad jokes.
Very good, very good. And along with the commander, Jessica Meir, and Chris Williams, who's already up at the space station, they kind of form a little New England contingent there.
Yeah, Jack's from Connecticut, and with Jessica being from Maine, and of course Chris Williams on the station. He spent a lot of time in Massachusetts and Boston. And so it's gonna be a New England contingent up there.
Yeah, they'll have a nice something to talk about as they sit around their clam chowder, should they have any. Here's your mission specialist now, Sophie Adno. She's representing the European Space Agency, or ESA. This will also be her first trip to space. The French native studied engineering and specialized in spacecraft and aircraft flight dynamics during undergraduate work in France, and received her master's degree from MIT. Sophie joined the French Air Force in 2005, where she trained to become a helicopter pilot. That's something that's near and dear to your heart, as a fellow helicopter pilot yourself. She was selected as an ESA astronaut candidate in 2022 and has been training since then for today's mission.
Absolutely, and as a helicopter pilot, she's perfectly ready to go to the moon with us as well. So.
You haven't named her as such, but you know she.
That's not official.
Yeah, that's right. But she's got those skills that you're looking for.
She's got those skills. We're definitely training in helicopters these days. Get ready to go back to the moon.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you about that more when we talk about the Artemis mission, which is just nearby on Launch Pad 39B. But in the meantime, let's round out our crew with mission specialist Andrei Fedyayev. He is a cosmonaut with Roscosmos, Russia's space agency, of course. As a major in the Russian Air Force, he's logged more than 500 hours in Russian aircraft. Back in March of 2023, he launched as a mission specialist as part of Crew-6, where he spent nearly 186 days aboard the International Space Station. Andrei is attempting to become the first Russian cosmonaut to fly twice inside the Crew Dragon capsule. And that is your Crew-12. In fact, I think he'd be just the first astronaut in general to fly twice.
So.
Yeah,
I think so.
I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah, and Andrei is just an incredible human, just a great guy, and a lot of fun to be around. He's already flown in space, and he's very, very competent and on orbit as well.
And apparently we'll be playing some harmonica once he gets on board. He was mentioning he's taking that as his musical instrument.
I hear that Jessica's bringing a piccolo.
She is.
And Andrei's bringing a harmonica, and there's a couple of guitars on board as well. So I think we're going to have a we're going to have some concerts.
Yes. They could put on a performance. I don't know if we'll get to hear it, but if it's good, I hope we do. Well, Crew-12 trained extensively for this mission. Let's take a look now at their training. And as you look at this, Wheels, this is all very familiar to you. Talk us through what they're doing here.
So what you're seeing here is this is the mock-up of the space station that we have in Houston, and it's a full-scale, high-fidelity mock-up, and we can practice stowage. We can practice all of our translation and maintenance. Maintenance of equipment and things in here. So it's a great mock-up facility for us for training.
And then, of course, the training in the SpaceX simulator.
Right. In this is a full-scale simulation of the spacecraft, the Dragon spacecraft.
And then emergency training, of course.
We do emergency training as well. We do medical training, medical emergencies, and reaction to that. We also, you can see Jack suiting up to get in the water, go underneath the water. We train in the neutral buoyancy lab in Houston. This is where we practice our spacewalks. We're in the water. We could pull ourselves to neutral buoyancy as we work on the outside of the space station mock-up that's underwater.
You spend a lot of time in that pool, right?
Absolutely.
Preparing for your own EVAs.
Absolutely. We also do water survival. As you know, the SpaceX Dragon capsule splashes down in the water at the end of the mission.
Right. And as we approach the liftoff of Crew-12, normally when a new crew arrives at the International Space Station, there's a brief overlap, a direct handover between the outgoing crew and the incoming one, which includes a formal change of command ceremony on orbit. But this time it's going to be a little different. That ceremony already took place just before Crew-11's earlier return due to a medical issue involving one of its crew members. So Crew-11 had to come down just a little early. They safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego on January 15th, clearing the way for Crew-12's arrival today.
Absolutely. And we were able to do some of that handover in Houston before the crew came into quarantine. So a lot of that has been accomplished already, and we're getting ready to do a handover with Chris Williams once they get to space.
Absolutely. And as Crew-12 gets ready to launch, here's a pre-launch tradition that we would like to share with you, the signing around the mission patch inside the operations and checkout building. Of course, this is inside crew quarters where the astronauts are there, and there they got their patch front and center, but they get to put one on the side and then sign it.
That's awesome. Yeah. This is a tradition that we do, and it's just a fun way to leave our mark.
And their mark is left indeed as they just passed by this area. It's in the hallway there at astronaut crew quarters, the elevator just to the side. They passed that area just a couple hours ago or so, and now we see them live inside the spacecraft. So we introduced you to each of the crew members, talked a little bit about them, but now we want to hear directly from them. So let's hear now, starting with the commander of Crew-12, Jessica Meir. We're going to hear her in her own words. She is one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020.
Space exploration is important to me because it was my dream from the time that I was a child, but more so, it is about exploration, it is about science, it is about all of these spin-offs and potential applications that we can bring back to everybody on Earth. It's not my mission or Crew-12's mission, it's really a mission for all of humanity and civilization for our entire planet. My name is Jessica Meir, and I'm the commander for NASA's SpaceX Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in a small town in northern Maine called Caribou. My mom tells me that I started saying I wanted to be an astronaut when I was 5 years old. From the time that I was young, biology was always my favorite subject, but still trying to participate in any type of space-related activity that I could get my hands on. I had always wanted to fly, so I started taking flying lessons at Brown as well. So I got to come here to the NASA Johnson Space Center and fly in NASA's Vomit Comet. Something that I found that is carried true into this job as well, that for me, when I have something that's both a mental and a physical challenge, that's really when I feel most complete. And so I had that in the Antarctic, I have that in this job as well. It certainly is this dream come true in being an astronaut, having had the incredible opportunity to fly to the International Space Station one time already and to be returning back there. Every experiment that we've ever done here on Earth has this omnipresent factor, this gravitational vector that we have all had from the beginning of the evolution of humans. So you can imagine if you remove a really large variable like that, there might be a wealth of anticipated outcomes, but there also may be some things that we don't know about. And that's the aspect of basic science that appeals to me so much, because the joy of science is these unexpected outcomes. A lot of our greatest scientific discoveries have not been from the hypothesis that the scientists went in on, but some completely unexpected result. And that's when things get really exciting. So to me, the basic science that we're conducting on the International Space Station has a lot of potential. Both Jack and Sophie are rookies. They haven't been in space before. So for me, mentally, it's been a lot different because this is the first time that I'm serving as a commander. I'll be commander of the spacecraft and also of the International Space Station for part of our stay. Flying with these two rookies is so rewarding because I hope that I can help shape their experience and make it an extremely positive one. And watching them be the excitement and doing things for the first time has been so rewarding. And seeing that positive impact, hopefully, that I can have on them has been something that's very special.
Speaking of the very rookies she mentioned, up next is Crew-12 pilot Jack Hathaway, who's counting down the minutes till his first journey to space.
No matter what happens in the next couple years, it's not going to slow down. We're not going to go backwards. We're not going to sit on our heels and say that, hey, we've already done this. We can just wait and go slowly. There's a lot of motivation around the world to explore the moon and beyond. It's only going to get faster and more exciting, and more opportunities are going to open up and present themselves. My name is Jack Hathaway, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in South Windsor, Connecticut. It's kind of a small, not quite rural town on the outskirts of Hartford. I ran cross country, I played a little bit of soccer, went to the public schools in South Windsor. I was an Eagle Scout with PAC 186. It was kind of a nice, relaxed, kind of normal American childhood. I think like most kids, I was interested in all sorts of things when I was young. Being an astronaut was one of them. As I started to grow up, I became interested in flying, becoming a pilot. Out of that grew out becoming a military pilot. I never really lost the bug. I was kind of always interested in space, but I fell in love with flying for the Navy for a bunch of years. I remember what it was like as a child wanting to be an astronaut and all that sort of inspiration, and it never really left me. And I found it again, and then I found myself here. My crew and I, we're going to climb into the Dragon capsule aboard a Falcon 9 rocket, and we're going to ride that beautiful rocket up into orbit of Earth, and then we're scheduled with Expedition 74 and 75 aboard the International Space Station. Our goal is to integrate with a crew that's already up there and be able to operate and maintain the space station. I'm excited about the opportunity to participate in some of the 3D printing experiments that are going on in low Earth orbit. I think as we get further away from Earth, it's going to be unpredictable what breaks and what type of equipment we're going to need, and it's going to be harder and harder to produce it on Earth and then launch it into space. So our ability to create tools, build hardware, or even whole habitats with 3D printers is going to be key to our development moving out towards the moon and Mars. As you visit the different sites that construct the hardware, construct the rocket, or components and science experiments for the space station, when you get to meet those people and you see the passion and excitement in their eyes that they really want to be there, that they're not there by accident. They want to be part of that team that develops that piece of hardware, that piece of software, or that science experiment that's going to go to the space station. There's so many people around the world that are excited, passionate, and motivated to be part of human spaceflight. We have a short time on this Earth, short time in orbit, and someone else is going to have to pick up the reins after we move on to the next place. And it's important to inspire the next generation so they're ready, excited, and they can see what we've accomplished and then go even further.
And today's launch will be just the second crewed mission ever to launch from Space Launch Complex 40, as you're looking at it live. That's there at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Crew 9 launched in September 2024, carrying NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, marking the first time humans had lifted off from Slick 40. And now we're back. The pad's inaugural launch was a Titan 3C back in June of 1965. Let's hear now from ESA astronaut Sophie Adno on her first trip to the space station.
For space exploration, I really love the sense of wonder. Every step we take forward enables us to push our limits. My name is Sophie Adeno, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in the countryside in the middle of France, in Burgundy, and out there was not a ton of technology, but there were beautiful skies and beautiful stars. So during my childhood, I spent many hours stargazing. I just read a lot about spaceflight, but to be honest, I had no idea how I could make this dream come true. And then when I was 14 years old, I read an article about the launch of Claudie Nuret. She was the first French woman astronaut. It was a mind-blowing moment for me because then from that day on, I thought she made this dream come true, so why not me? The path was long and challenging, but I wouldn't remove any of the challenges on the way, and I loved this whole path to becoming an astronaut. Training is so varied. We've been diving into simulations, robotic operations, safety drills, emergency rehearsal of all of the actions in case of a fire. We've learned to pull a tooth out. We have learned together to respond to a rapid depress on board the space station. My crewmates and I, we just don't train together, we become a crew together. The most important thing we've built is trust. We've been challenged together, we've traveled together, we've shared meals together. All of this enables to understand how the others work, the timings, the humor, and everything that makes people happy on board. And it really what matters when it's about being in close quarters, 250 miles above the Earth.
T-minus 1 hour and 33 minutes and counting as we look down at Launch Complex 40. Finally, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev sharing his thoughts as he prepares for his second flight aboard Dragon to the International Space Station after making his first space flight
Dragon,
on Crew
SpaceX,
6.
for your awareness,
Now
closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Now heading back as a member of Crew-12 almost 3 years later.
Dragon copy.
Решение воссоздано именно в 10-м, в 11 классе, когда я принял решение, что хочу стать космонавтом, и поступал в летное училище. Меня зовут Андрей Федяев, я специалист полета Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию. Колоссальный объект, и я знаю, что это самый дорогой объект, который человечество построило за всю свою историю именно совместно. То есть это огромнейший международный проект, который работает уже больше 25 лет. Недавно праздновали как раз корабле Dragon. В прошлый раз это была капсула Endeavour. Сейчас это будет, как я знаю, Freedom, свобода. И, естественно, это волнительно. Плюс ко всему у нас то, чтобы действительно помог. Без него за такой короткий период и это тоже стало. И почему меня назначили в экипаж, и так скоро прошла моя подготовка. Тот опыт первого полета, он одной из причин нашего быстрого слаживания в экипаже, потому что действия мне были.
Currently, T-minus 1 hour, 31 minutes and counting until Dragon Freedom flies Crew-12 to the International Space Station. And we've got the crew inside the spacecraft as we look out at the evening sky. It's early here in Florida, 3:44 a.m. Eastern Time. And there inside the capsule, inside the spacecraft, Commander Jessica Meir. She's the second from the right. We have pilot Jack Hathaway. He is the third from the right. And we've got ESA astronaut and mission specialist Sophie Adno. She's at the far right. And then all the way to the far left, Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist Andrei Fedyayev. All right, coming up around 1 hour and 30 minutes, we will check the launch escape system. It basically doing a health check on this system. And so Wheels, this is something you experienced inside Space Shuttle, inside Soyuz. There's a moment where you want to make sure that whatever system you're going to be using, it was very different on Shuttle from Soyuz, is good to go.
Absolutely. There a possibility we could do a pad abort. We want to be ready for that. The crew is trained for that, and we have the option to exercise that system if needed. So we'll do a checkout of the automated system, and then we'll hand over to the crew later in the flow when they activate the system from on board as well. So it's a very choreographed sequence, and they're following those pad checkouts here in the moments to come.
We've got just a few seconds before that kicks off. Let's stand by. While we wait to hear that loop kick in, talk a little bit about the weather. You can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen has our beautiful shot from our helicopter team here at the Kennedy Space Center, providing this live view encircling Pad 40. Beautiful weather outside, especially for launch. We are now, according to Launch Weather Officer Brian Sizik, who's working this launch, we are now 95% go. That's up from 90.
I'll take those odds.
Those are great ones. A nice overnight launch. There was a weather discussion, about a front that just recently came through. We do have a few showers off in the Atlantic, but they're 50 to 60 miles away. The only very mild concern would be a possibility of a cumulus cloud rule or flight through precipitation violation. But now that it's down to a 5% chance, I mean, that just, as you said, bodes extremely well for our launch today.
Those are great odds. And so I think we're going to see a beautiful nighttime launch, and it's going to light up the night, and we're very excited about our crew getting ready to go.
That's right, T0, 5:15 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. And what a beautiful launch it will be. We've got questions coming in already. Folks up at this hour, but we've got people all around the world, and it different time zones. It could be, one of those good hours. So let's go ahead and take a few questions now and see what's on folks' mind as they probe the mind of Wheels. Leroy Jones asks, what is the first thing astronauts like to do when they get released from quarantine?
When they get released from quarantine?
I don't suppose they're released from quarantine until they come back from space.
So that's true. That's true. So when they get out of quarantine, they're heading to their rocket. But coming back from space, it takes a few days of testing once you get back on the ground, and then you're released to see your families. Now, there's certain things they don't want us to do. They don't want us to drive for 45 to 60 days because of just sort of motion parallax and things, some other things that could be confusing to your brain once you get on the ground. So, and they're very reticent to let us run outside as well because your balance system is a little bit topsy-turvy when you first get back to Earth.
It's like a toddler. I told my son, don't run, don't run. Is that something you have to tell yourself?
True.
Like,
That's
don't
true.
run.
That's very true. And actually, when you get to space, too, there are very basic things you have to sort of relearn in zero-G or micro-G. You have to learn how to brush your teeth, how to drink water, how to eat food, how to go to the bathroom, all these things you sort of have to relearn once you get to space.
maybe you don't feel like running either, right? I mean, you're aware of what you're capable of doing.
Yes, absolutely. There are some obviously some muscle atrophy and some bone loss and things like that we experience on long duration flight, and so those things can play havoc on us in rehabilitation as well.
All right, great question. Thank you for that, and keep them coming. Just use the hashtag #AskNASA on YouTube and X, and we may feature your question live. Let's talk ISS research now. Crew-12 is headed to the International Space Station where they will be doing their research. And here's a closer look now at how some of the great science work is happening up there in low Earth orbit to improve life for us here on Earth.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation. And that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah! Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
Photon, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome, Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Huntsville on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
T-minus 1 hour, 22 minutes and counting. Let's take you inside Mission Control now in Houston, where flight controllers are continuously monitoring the International Space Station and the people on board. NASA's Anna Schneider is there live in Houston at Johnson Space Center. Anna, good early morning to you.
Good morning, Daryl. Yes, I am joining you live from Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Currently on console, the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers continue to prepare for today's launch, led by Flight Director Garrett Hain. Today, we will be launching the 12th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's Commercial Crew Program. Following Crew-12's arrival to the space station, targeted for Saturday at at 2:15 p.m. Central, 3:15 p.m. Eastern. The space station will have a total of 7 crew members representing 3 different space agencies, including NASA, the European Space Agency, and Roscosmos. After tomorrow's docking and hatch opening, Crew-12 will join Expedition 74, including NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kudzvirshkov and Sergei Mikhaev. This trio arrived at the space station aboard the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft in November, and once on board, Crew-12 will complete a safety briefing and orientation before jumping right in to continue the science and technology demonstrations taking place in the orbiting lab's unique microgravity environment. Expedition 74 began in December following the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft and will continue into July of this year. Following the departure of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft in July, which will carry NASA astronaut Chris Williams and his Roscosmos crewmates back to Earth, Expedition 75 will officially commence, led by Commander Jessica Meir, who is also commander of the Crew-12 spacecraft today. All of this, of course, coming up after today's launch, so for now we will continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back to the Space Coast to Daryl and Doug.
That's right, and we are here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, looking out at Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Right now, Crew-12 is inside Dragon Freedom, and so far Crew-12 has completed their comms checks, make sure they can communicate. They're working on those with the teams on the ground. Their seats have rotated from their upright to reclined launch position, which allows them to see and access, of course, those display panels in front of them. They have also completed their suit leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are working properly. And they do that twice, Wheels, both before as they're suiting up, and then they check it again once they're in the spacecraft. It's kind of a critical component.
Absolutely. The integrity of that suit is so important. So we do a couple of checks of those suits to make sure we have no leaks.
If you lose pressure inside the spacecraft, that's where the suits come in.
The suit will inflate automatically connected to the system, so it protects us from a rapid decompression of the cabin.
And that's critical, as you mentioned. Of course, the spacecraft is well sealed, especially at the hatch, but because spaceflight is such a risky endeavor, you never know what will happen, and so having a spacesuit that can act as your little Earth, provide the oxygen and the pressure, is critical.
Absolutely, and I think all the crew is wearing the new R2 upgraded suits, which is a different enclosure, and so we'll be checking those new enclosures as well. So this is an upgrade to our suit to allow for adjustability.
And that is really key, because we were learning about these new suits. Mike Fink, of course, flew one on the last mission for the first time. Now all 4 crew members will have
That's correct.
But expandability and you can get in it easier.
Absolutely, yeah. The donning and doffing in space, because you actually your spine sort of elongates in space as well. So when you get suited to come back home, you're a little bit bigger than when you are taller when you went up, and so sometimes it's a tight squeeze into those suits, and so helps with donning and doffing of the suit.
All right. Well, they've got to like that if you actually get taller in space. Coming up in a few minutes, we will expand our live coverage with teams in Hawthorne, California, to help us walk through today's launch and ascent. And of course, we have been asking you to submit your social questions and hashtag Ask NASA. And we've got another question now for you, Wheels. So let's answer some of those that came in. Josh Ree asks, what would the astronauts do the last couple of hours before launch? Well, we're in the last couple of hours.
Absolutely. They're actually in their spacecraft about 2.5 hours before they launch. And they're sitting sort of on their backs with their feet up. And you might try this at home. You could lay on the floor next to a chair or the sofa and put your legs up on the chair and sit like that for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And so that's that's sort of the position they're in right now. And so it can be get a little uncomfortable. And so, but you can move around just a little bit to kind of, now other spacecraft that I flew with the Soyuz, and it was kind of a tight squeeze for me. And so your knees are up closer to your chest in that one. So And the space shuttle was very similar to the SpaceX Dragon capsule as well.
And there's only a certain amount of time that any individual, an astronaut included, who's in excellent physical shape, can stay on their back. It's not an issue with the spacecraft loading because they load their propellant with the astronauts in there. So
That's
shorter
true.
time.
That's true. Yeah, that's right. Now it is important. We got to integrate the crew to the spacecraft as well. So, and those things take time, and they come in sequence as well, to include the suit leak checks and things like that. So,
well, before they got on board the spacecraft, as you see them here, one of the first things that Crew-12 did was design their mission patch. Take a look at this. The enchanted forest that you see kind of encircling in the middle there, that reflects the crew's shared love of the shared love of nature, their shared love of nature, and their optimism for the future. Then you also see 4 bright stars throughout the patch there. Those light the night sky, one for each crew member, with the smaller stars nearby around them representing the children who inspire them. At the center, you see the dragon breathing fire, symbolizing the energy and determination driving this crew's journey to the International Space Station. And along the curve of the Earth below, you see the flags of the crew's home nations that remind us that this mission is built on strong global partnerships. And, of course, they have the support that carried them with the Roman numeral 12 at the bottom. That's a nice patch.
I love it. The symbology is incredible. And actually, as Jack and I think it was Andre and Sophie had mentioned, they came from small towns, and so they were, nature was their playground. So the dark skies and the beautiful stars at night that allowed them to dream about things that could be.
It's great to see that inspiration and that passion molded into the patch. And, they all seem to have a little bit of artistic flair to them with the musical instruments and whatnot. So it is a beautiful thing to see. As they are settled into their seats there, every crew member, we talked about this earlier, who goes up into orbit takes some reminders of home with them. Here's what Crew-12 is taking up. Jessica Meir is bringing her piccolo, as you mentioned. Yeah. That should be interesting. She teased that maybe we might get to hear that in some form or fashion, so we'll have to stay tuned for that. Of course, she's also bringing different mementos from different institutions, organizations, universities. She's bringing a small stuffed rabbit that belongs to her 3-year-old daughter. There are actually 2 of them. One will stay on Earth with her daughter, and then the other one will go up into space, and they will share photos back and forth during the mission with that rabbit, and that's precious. Jack Hathaway is bringing something that he's flown as a personal gift that he's going to give back when he gets back on Earth. Sophie Adno is bringing the mission patch of Claudie Hagnier, the first French woman astronaut who flew to space on August 17, 1996, aboard the Soyuz TM-24 mission. Hagnier inspired Adno and so many people in France to do what she wanted to do in order to honor her. And so that, of course, inspiring her as an astronaut. And then Andrei Fedyaev is bringing a small thing, like some gifts that he's going to take up into space, then bring back and give them to friends.
Absolutely. And you'll see the crew will reveal their zero-G indicator as well once they get to space. And so we'll leave that for the crew to tell us all about that when they release that zero-G indicator.
Looking forward to that. Every single crew since going all the way back to the very first Demo 2 mission in 2020 brought a zero-G gravity indicator. So yes, we will await to see what this crew has in store for us.
On my Soyuz flight, Fyodor Yurchikhin, my commander, brought a little dog that he was given back in elementary school.
Not a real dog.
Not a real dog, but just a little zero-G indicator that we had, little stuffed dog. And his teacher said to take this everywhere where you go and share your journey.
His teacher from his earlier elementary school years. How about that? That's beautiful. Well, the Dragon spacecraft Freedom will take Crew-12 to space today, and when it does so, it will be the Freedom's 5th space flight. A veteran spacecraft with a lot of miles already on the clock. Its first flight, Crew-4. Since then, Freedom has flown a mix of NASA and private missions, including a couple of Axiom flights. It's already spent more than a year in space. The name Freedom, as you can see there, was chosen by Crew-4 Commander Kjell Lindgren on the left there. It's a nod to the basic human right and what's possible when curiosity, innovation, and the human spirit are left unrestricted. And there is Freedom docked to the International Space Station. A beautiful sight. Here it is on the ground, awaiting its ride into space. If we launch at 5:15 and 55 seconds a.m., it'll take roughly a day and about 10 hours to get to the space station.
Absolutely. It'll take about 8 or 9 minutes to get to space from the launch pad. Quick ride to space, and then we'll do the phasing to dock with the International Space Station.
And welcome to those of you joining us for our live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. We are now inside the final hour, or roughly, we're getting close to the final hour before liftoff, currently at T-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes, as we move into this critical phase of the countdown. In a moment, we will be joined by our colleagues at SpaceX. To reintroduce you to all of you out there watching, I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and for the past hour, I've been joined by this man, Wheels, NASA astronaut and U.S. Army Colonel Doug Wheelock, a veteran space flyer who's been helping break down today's mission and answering your questions, and you've been doing a great job at it. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate that, Daryl. So exciting to be here with you.
Sharing your knowledge and your information and your experience has been a tremendous value to this broadcast. Crew-12 is launching from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We're lifting off at 5:15 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. And as we mentioned, it's just a little more than an hour away. Once this crew arrives at the station, they will join Expedition 74. Now here's a look back at how this morning unfolded as the crew prepared for launch. The day began inside the historic astronaut crew quarters, where SpaceX teams helped each crew member into their custom pressure suits. Before heading out, the crew paused for a final pre-launch tradition right here, gathering around the table for a card game, a way to set the tone and leave any bad luck behind. Then it was time to step outside. There they are, walking the path walked by every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968. A short time later, the crew climbed into their Teslas after saying goodbye to their families and loved ones. Then in pairs, after they arrived to the launch pad, they checked out their rocket, got their close-up look at the Falcon 9. There you see them walking right next to the rocket, which is right there before they climbed the launch tower. And then in pairs, they walked across the crew access arm. First the commander and pilot, then the two mission specialists, and then we saw them climb into their Dragon and get into their seats for flight. As you see here, they articulated their seats, basically rotating them into position. They did their suit leak checks and their comm checks as the countdown continued. And now we are back live, watching them live, both on the pad and inside the spacecraft, strapped inside Dragon Freedom, waiting on the next major milestone on the road to liftoff. It's been a good journey, and we've been tracking it the whole way. Wheels?
Absolutely, yep. And now things are going to start to pick up once we get inside of an hour. You'll hear some things on the loops that will be sequence tests that go on as we get ready for launch as well.
And with that hatch closed, I imagine there's a very specific type of quiet inside that capsule, inside the spacecraft.
There's a little bit of nervousness that goes on. I'm sure that Jack will provide some dad jokes to sort of lighten the atmosphere a little bit. But But yeah, it's game time. So it's the crew's getting into the zone. They're probably talking about maybe reviewing in their mind their initial steps, and so they're ready to go.
All right, speaking of ready to go, at this time, we're expanding our coverage to include our partners at SpaceX. So let's welcome in our team joining us live from Hawthorne, California. Good morning. Or in your case, good evening. Are you still on yesterday? Yeah, I think so. Well, no, it looks like you're with us. You're today.
It's good morning. Thanks, Daryl. I'm Jessie Anderson, a senior production and engineering manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Sandra Jones with NASA Communications. We are excited to be joining you once again from Hawthorne. It is always a pleasure to be here, especially today as we count down to liftoff of Crew-12 just over an hour from now. As the name suggests, Crew-12 is our 12th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 13th as a part of NASA's Commercial Crew program with SpaceX.
Today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Freedom, which first supported NASA's Crew-4 mission in 2022, and since then has flown several missions, including Axiom missions 2 and 3 and NASA's Crew-9. Crew-12 will be Dragon's 17th visit to the space station with crew on board and its 20th human spaceflight mission overall.
So let's meet today's crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who spent a total of 205 days in space on her first spaceflight back in 2019 and was part of the first all-female spacewalks. She holds a biology degree from Brown University. Next to Meir is pilot Jack Hathaway, making his very first flight to space. The Connecticut native earned bachelor's degrees in physics and history from the U.S. Naval Academy, and he has more than 2,500 flight hours in 30 types of aircraft and has flown 39 combat missions during several military operations.
Serving as a mission specialist is Sophie Adenau, representing the European Space Agency, or ESA. The French native studied engineering and specialized in spacecraft and aircraft flight dynamics during undergraduate work in France and received her master's degree from MIT. This will also be her first trip to space. And rounding out this crew is Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist Andrei Fedyaev. As a major in the Russian Air Force, he's logged more than 500 hours in Russian aircraft. Back in 2023, he launched as a mission specialist as part of Crew-6, where he spent nearly 186 days aboard the International Space Station.
Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-12 will become members of Expedition 74 and add to the milestone of over 25 years of humans living and working aboard the International Space Station. Crew-12 will contribute to hundreds of experiments aimed at advancing research and technology for missions to the Moon and Mars and to benefit humanity back on Earth. This research includes using the unique microgravity environment of the space station to study pneumonia-causing bacteria and how they can lead to long-term damage in the heart. This research could lead to new methods to manage cardiovascular health and infectious diseases here on Earth. So we're looking forward to hearing more about the research that continues to take place on Space Station later in today's broadcast and how it helps NASA prepare to return to the Moon and go on to Mars. But for now, let's check in with another member here in Hawthorne, Kate Tice. Kate, how's it going?
Hey, Sandra, thank you, and good morning to all of you watching. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX, and I'm excited to be joining you again today from right outside Mission Control in Hawthorne, as you can see just over my shoulder. Now, as we continue to count down to launch, we'll walk you through what to watch for as the clock nears T0. It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40 in Florida. Coming up here at T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening for the team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Now, here on the ground in Hawthorne, Mission Control is staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission all the way from launch to docking. The same teams that you see right there on your screen today will hand off the mission from shift to shift, maintaining continuous awareness from liftoff through rendezvous and docking with the space station and all the way through splashdown when the crew returns home. Inside that room there, Mission Control, there are 6 key positions on console today, and each of them are focused on a specific aspect of the mission. The mission director is the person leading the room. They coordinate the team and make real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The mission director, who you will hear referred to as MD when we talk to them on the nets.
Dragon, SpaceX, for your awareness, ground is stepping into cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure. Dragon copy.
All right, so the comms there, I'll get to that person in just a moment. The mission director who I was referring to, that individual also supports the Falcon launch director, or LD, during the countdown. Now, the voice that you just heard is our crew operations and resources engineer. You see there on your screen. Today, we refer to that person as core throughout the broadcast. Our core today is Mary Cooper, and she will be the primary voice talking to the crew while they are on board Dragon on the way to space. Now, the remaining operators are focused on Dragon systems, including avionics, guidance and control, software, propulsion, life support, and coordination with ground support teams. And across the country, our Falcon 9 and Dragon teams, along with key NASA launch personnel, are stationed in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. Now, as we move inside the final hour, teams across both rooms will be reviewing data from their final checkouts in preparation for retraction of the crew access arm and the start of propellant loading. But the teams in Hawthorne and Cape Canaveral aren't the only ones supporting today's mission.
That's right, Kate. NASA has its own team at the Johnson Space Center in Mission Control in Houston, Texas, who will be checking in with us as we progress toward today's launch. This is where NASA's Anna Schneider is located, who will share the latest updates from Mission Control as they have been busy preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. The team over in Houston recently gave their go for launch, confirming the station and its systems are ready to receive the Dragon, Freedom, and the new crew. Following liftoff, today's flight to the International Space Station will take about 34 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way.
SpaceX, you have a go for step 5.1. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copy, go for 5.1.
And we will continue to hear communications from the ground to the crew inside Dragon Freedom as they step through those procedures. We're now less than an hour away from today's launch, but tomorrow we'll be looking ahead towards docking, which is targeted for February 14th at 3:15 p.m. Eastern to the Zenith port of Harmony. And just like an autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
Right, we are at T-minus 58 minutes and 42 seconds and counting, and launching a rocket takes a considerable amount of teamwork. During launch, SpaceX is monitoring the health of the vehicles from here in Hawthorne and Kennedy, and our recovery team is supporting out at sea. NASA teams at Johnson Space Center in Texas are monitoring crew and mission rules. Once Dragon makes it to orbit, SpaceX and Johnson will work in tandem during Dragon's approach to station. Johnson then takes the lead for station operations. So let's check in with NASA's Anna Schneider at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up in Mission Control Houston. How's it going, Anna?
Hey, thanks, Jesse, and welcome back to Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. We are, of course, here in the hub of human spaceflight for NASA. Currently on console is the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Garrett Hain, and this team of flight directors recently pulled a go for launch, which means the International Space Station is ready for Crew-12 to lift off and begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. At the time of launch, the space station will be traveling 260 miles over the South Pacific east of New Zealand. Docking is targeted for tomorrow at 2:15 p.m. Central, 3:15 p.m. Eastern, and in the home stretch of the rendezvous tomorrow, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into integrated operations. During integrated operations, both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Freedom as it closes in to docking to the zenith or space-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Rotational missions like Crew-12 help NASA to continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The International Space Station is critical for NASA as it prepares for future low Earth orbit destinations. Working alongside U.S. commercial partners, NASA is enabling the development of sustainable destinations that will maintain America's presence in low Earth orbit and continue to support groundbreaking research. The space station also helps us to better understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight, which will be necessary for a long-term presence on the moon and crewed missions to deeper into the solar system, including Mars. That's all for me here in Mission Control Houston for now, and with that, we will hand it back to the Kennedy Space Center with Steve Seiseloff.
Good morning, everyone. I am here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. And Mr. Administrator, you've talked a lot about low Earth orbit research and its value, both in terms of research and in terms of crew training. What do you see for the International Space Station during your term?
Well, first of all, I mean, the International Space Station is such a success story already. I mean, you know, between the international cooperation it took to build it, you're looking at maybe one of the greatest engineering accomplishments. Well, first of all, I mean, the International Space Station is such a success story already. I mean, you know, between the international cooperation it took to build it, you're looking at maybe there. I think the goal right now is to maximize the remaining life on it to the greatest extent possible. So, you know, as our astronauts prepare to go up and undertake the mission that Crew-12 is launching on right now, the idea is to get the highest potential science and research up there to unlock and ignite an orbital economy so that someday we have lots of, you know, commercially operated space stations in low Earth orbit, and also to demonstrate a lot of the technology that we intend to use on lunar missions and a lunar base in the future. A great example would be it's a great testing ground for future lunar EVA suits to be able to exercise that on the space station. So we're going to make an awful lot of use of the station over its remaining life. We're going to keep our crews extremely busy up there.
And also, we're preparing this morning to launch Crew-12 to low Earth orbit to the International Space Station, and then going to send another crew around the moon in just a few weeks. Space agencies don't typically do those kind of missions right on top of each other. What does that say about NASA?
I'd say we're just getting started right now, but you're certainly seeing American space capabilities being showcased. We were able to bring Crew-11 home early while pulling forward Crew-12, which is obviously getting ready to launch in less than an hour right now, while we have crews out there testing for Artemis 2. We're doing a series of kind of mini wet dress rehearsal tests today. Make sure we give that vehicle the highest probability of success to get off the pad in early March. What a great problem to have! Multiple crew-rated vehicles out on the pad right now. I hope this becomes more commonplace to such an extent that maybe in the years ahead, having two vehicles ready to go to space with astronauts seems like an easy day.
Excellent. Well, there you have it. Words from our new NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman. And we're going to go back to Daryl Nail.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephen and Administrator Isaacman. Great to hear from him as, you know, we see this shot orbiting Launch Complex 40. This is something that our administrator was zipping around in his own F5 just recently with an employee, and we're going to have an interview with that employee coming up later in the broadcast. But in the meantime, here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew-12 will have to look forward to during their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station.
The purpose of commercial crew missions is to have an opportunity to launch astronauts to low Earth orbit and beyond from American soil.
We want to have multiple ways of getting to and from the space station.
The whole idea of launching on a commercial spacecraft is so that NASA, ESA, and the others can focus on further exploration.
When Crew-12 launches to the International Space Station, our goal is to integrate with the crew that's already up there and be able to operate and maintain the space station. While we're there, we're going to do all sorts of upgrades to the space station. We're going to maintain current experiments, start new experiments.
We do research on the International Space Station because it provides a very unique and novel environment that we cannot replicate here on Earth. Every experiment that we've ever done here on Earth has this omnipresent factor, this gravitational vector. So you can imagine if you remove a really large variable like that, there might be a wealth of anticipated outcomes, but there also may be some things that we don't know about. And that's the aspect of basic science that appeals to me so much, because the joy of science is these unexpected outcomes.
The ultimate goal is to really understand how human body works in space and how to build technologies that are more sustainable and more reliable for future exploration.
All of the results from this research that we have can now be applied to an even more challenging environment to understand more of what it's going to be like to live and work around the moon and hopefully soon on the surface of the moon. The same is true for Mars.
International cooperation is so important because space is really challenging.
I think one of the great parts of the International Space Station is that we do it all together as a human race, as humanity pushing forward out into the stars.
It's like the ultimate potluck dinner. Everyone brings its signature dish, its own expertise, and then we're sharing and gathering, sharing resources, sharing knowledge, sharing scientific experiments.
I think it's part of human nature that we use this exploration to make our lives better here at home and then also satisfy that natural human curiosity to see what's over that next hill.
If we didn't have this within us, this inherent capacity to look around the corner, to go further, we never would have even uncovered all of the continents or oceans on this planet.
It pushes us to imagine more, to find solutions.
It is about exploration. It is about science. It is about all of these spin-offs and potential applications that we can bring back to everybody on Earth.
Pushing the boundaries is kind of natural for me and natural, I think, for a lot of people to want to see where we can go next and what is the next thing that we can develop.
And for me, it's all about sharing this mission. It's not my mission or Crew-12's mission. It's really a mission for all of humanity and civilization, for our entire planet.
Falcon 9 is the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Together, Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have completed more than 600 launches. And we can't have reflights without landings. Today's mission will actually be our first landing at Landing Zone 40 in Cape Canaveral, which is our newest recovery site. Now, while today's booster is on its second trip to space after most recently supporting a SpaceX Starlink mission, we're working towards qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support 40 missions each. Reusability allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which in turn drives down the cost of space access. Our current Falcon 9 flight leader has flown 32 flights, and across the fleet, we've completed more than 500 reflights. Another innovation SpaceX has been working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. The new IVA suit debuted during the Crew-11 mission last year, worn by NASA astronaut Mike Fink. The design incorporates changes developed for the Polaris Dawn mission's extravehicular activity, or EVA suit, and will ultimately help us scale suit production and aid our ability to manufacture IVA suits in the numbers needed to make life multiplanetary.
And for today's mission, all astronauts on board are wearing the new IVA suit. And the Crew-12 astronauts are staying comfortable in their spacesuits right now as they prepare for liftoff, now in 48 minutes from now. They'll remain suited up through the launch portion of today and during dynamic events, but once on orbit, they will be able to get out of their spacesuits and get comfortable for the remainder of the ride uphill before getting suited back up shortly before docking to the International Space Station for their science and research mission as a key stepping stone to NASA's Moon to Mars efforts.
SpaceX shares NASA's goal of returning to the moon, approaching the mission with the same determination that returned human spaceflight capability to America under NASA's Commercial Crew program, and building a self-growing city on the moon in the next 10 years. To unlock that future, SpaceX's HLS team has completed dozens of milestones tied to developing systems, infrastructure, and operations needed to safely land astronauts on the moon. While many of SpaceX's remaining HLS milestones are tied to flight tests, such as ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration. SpaceX is fabricating a flight-capable Starship HLS cabin that will demonstrate high design maturity for the system supporting humans on the moon and provide a highly realistic training experience for future astronauts.
With NASA's Artemis campaign, we are exploring the moon for scientific discovery, technology, advancement, and to learn how to live and work on another world as we prepare for sending humans to missions to Mars. The upcoming Artemis II mission will carry NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day test flight mission around the moon to prove out key systems on the Orion spacecraft ahead of a future lunar landing mission. By leveraging NASA's unique and historic experience in lunar exploration paired with the speed and innovation of industry, the HLS program is providing the key lunar landing capability for Artemis to achieve a long-term human presence in deep space. NASA is working with SpaceX to develop the company's Starship human landing system for future missions.
Cargo variants of the Starship lander will be capable of landing unparalleled capacity directly on the surface, including large pieces of equipment and infrastructure. SpaceX was founded to make life multiplanetary, and Starship has been designed from the very beginning to enable the exploration of other worlds. With it, and alongside NASA, we look forward to inspiring all of humanity as that first permanent foothold is placed among the stars.
It
the pull is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operator shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operator shall advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Cadet proceeding to arm the crew arm for movement.
And we did just hear that call out that there is a go for a crew arm to retract, so we are going to be able to actually see that movement here on our screen
crew
here
arm
shortly.
Retraction has started.
So as you're watching that on your screen, we also got a call out for propellant load. This is a milestone that we're going to be following along throughout the next 44 minutes or so.
И снова всем привет, с вами я, Space, и вы попали на прямую трансляцию запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем. О, на 2 минуты раньше графика, пожалуйста. Отвод Crew Access Arm, то есть руки башни обслуживания, по которой, собственно, экипаж заходил в корабль.
So we're now just about 44 minutes from launch, and as we heard moments ago, the SpaceX launch director has pulled the team for their readiness on both propellant loading and launch.
Так вот, да, вы попали на прямую трансляцию запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew Dragon миссии Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию. SpaceX и НАСА планируют запуск ракеты Falcon 9 в рамках 12-го пилотируемого космического полета Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию со стартовой площадки SC-40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде сегодня в пятницу, 13 февраля в 10:15 по EDC, то есть уже через 43 минуты 25 секунд. Космический корабль Crew Dragon C212.5 Freedom, используемый в этой миссии, ранее совершил полеты на космическую станцию и обратно в рамках миссии Crew-4, Axiom-2, Axiom-3 и Crew-9. Это будет также второй полет первой ступени Falcon 9 Booster B1101, которая ранее запускала одну миссию Starlink. После рождения ступеней первая ступень Falcon 9 совершит посадку на посадочной площадке LZ-40 на космодроме на мысе Канаверал. Это также будет первая посадка на новую посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40. Во время пребывания на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования в рамках подготовки к освоению экипажем то есть к освоению человеком околоземной орбиты на благо человечества на Земле. В состав экипажа входит астронавт НАСА Джессика Мейер, командир миссии, а также пилот Джек Хэтуэй, а также специалисты миссии Софи Аден из Европейского космического агентства и Андрей Федяев из Роскосмоса. Это будет уже аж 600-й запуск Falcon 9 и 17-й в этом году, а также 21-й запуск Crew Dragon, 20-й пилотируемый и 1-й в этом году. Ну, 21-й запуск Crew Dragon полноценный, не считая там всяких инфлайт и пад аборт теста, именно полноценные орбитальные полеты. Уже выдано также разрешение на заправку, и скоро, собственно, начнется заправка. Как мы видим, экипаж уже давным-давно находится на своих местах. Люк закрыт, ну и рукопашное обслуживание отведена. Falcon 9 это у нас частично многоразовая двухступенчатая ракета носитель тяжелого класса, разрабатываемая и эксплуатируемая SpaceX. Первый запуск она совершила еще 4 июня 2010 года, после чего ракета очень много раз модернизировалась вплоть до 2019 года. Из 2019, по-моему, года летает версия Falcon 9 Full Thrust Block 5, последняя версия данной ракеты. Стоимость запуска в одноразовом варианте составляет порядка 70 миллионов долларов, в многоразовом там, по-моему, 40 миллионов долларов, хотя фактически, учитывая то, что сейчас рекорд многоразовости, по-моему, составляет 34 полета на одной первой ступени, и, ну, если вот брать 34 полета первой ступени, там фактическая стоимость запуска может миллионов 15-20 уже всего лишь. То есть, по факту, платится только лишь за вторую ступень, там 12. Ну не. Вторая ступень стоит где-то 12, обтекатели тоже многоразовые. Так что да. Ну реально, там 20 миллионов точно можно уложиться. Высота ракеты составляет 70 метров, диаметр 3,6 метра, стартовый вес 549 тонн. Грузоподъемность на низкую околоземную орбиту 22,8 тонн в одноразовом варианте и порядка 18 тонн в многоразовом при посадке на плавучую платформу. На геопереходную орбиту 8,3 тонны в одноразовом варианте, 5,5 тонн в многоразовом при посадке на плавучую платформу и 3,5 тонны при посадке на стартовую площадку, ну, на посадочную площадку возле стартовой площадки. Также грузоподъемность в сторону Марса 4 тонны в одноразовом варианте. Всего было произведено аж 559 запусков, причем это всего лишь, собственно, за какие-то 15,5 лет. И при том всего лишь 3 запуска были полностью неудачные и 1 частично неудачный, что дает этой ракете уровень безопасности аж в 99,4%. Единственная ракета, которая может быть безопаснее, это Атлас-5 с всего лишь 1 частично неудачной миссией, уже также при более чем 100 запусках. Также было 586 попыток посадки первой ступени аж. Ну там, я не скажу точно, сколько было неудачных посадок, а сколько удачных. Есть устаревшая информация, то что, вот из 564 попыток посадки 553 были успешны. Грубо говоря, 11 посадок неудачные были. Тоже, ну, как бы уровень безопасности по посадкам первой ступени очень высокий. Первая ступень имеет высоту порядка 42 метров, там устанавливается 9 двигателей Merlin 1D+, с максимальной общей тягой примерно 7600 кН и удельным импульсом порядка 311 секунд, который работает на жидком керосине и жидком кислороде. Да, идет вторая ступень. высотой порядка 14 метров. Где устанавливается один двигатель Marine 1D, плюс оптимизированный для работы в вакууме с тягой в вакууме 934 кН и выделенным импульсом порядка 348 секунд, который также работает на жидком керосине и жидком кислороде.
There's some of the noises you were talking about, and so they're saying, hey, you know, beware. But just to finish the thought there, 39A, it'll serve as now a backup launch pad for commercial crew.
Absolutely. It's very exciting to bring these new pads to life.
Также 24 января 2021 года ракета Falcon 9 установила рекорд по количеству спутников, запущенной новой ракетой, выведя на орбиту аж 143 космических аппарата в рамках миссии «Транспортер». Также ракета Falcon 9, понятное дело, сертифицирована для пилотируемых полетов, а также НАСА относит ее к категории 3, то есть низкий риск, что позволяет запускать самые дорогие, важные и сложные миссии агентства. Стартовый вес первой ступени составляет порядка 420 тонн. Конструкционный материал — алюминиево-литиевая оболочка и алюминиевые купола. Также первая ступень имеет 4 посадочных опорные, которые собственно приземляются внизу. Вверху ступени расположены 4 титановых решетчатых руля, которые при посадке раскладываются и управляют первой ступенью при посадке. Также там устанавливаются двигатели РСУ, реактивная система управления, а также для контролирования траектории при возвращении. Также центральный из 9 двигателей первой ступени имеет карданный подвес для управления вектором тяги. И вот также система управления положением из азотных газовых двигателей и решетчатых стабилизаторов. Стартовый вес второй ступени составляет порядка 96 тонн. Также состоит из алюминиево-литиевой оболочки и алюминиевых куполов. Двигатель также имеет карданный подвес для управления вектором тяги. И также есть азотные газовые двигатели и реактивные системы управления. В качестве воспламенителя двигателя используется пирофорная смесь триэтиlalюминия и триэтилборана ТА-ТЭП, которая в момент запуска создает краткое зеленое свечение. Ракета Falcon 9 способна потерять до 2 двигателей на первой ступени и все равно успешно завершить миссию. Такие случаи, кстати, были. Межступенчатая конструкция, соединяющая верхнюю и нижнюю ступень, представляет собой композитную конструкцию из угрелого волокна и алюминия, в которой замещены многоразовые разделительные цанги и пневматическая система толкания. Falcon 9 использует головной обтекатель для защиты спутников. Ну, понятное дело, не используется при запусках кораблей Dragon. Во время запуска обтекатель имеет высоту 13 метров и диаметр 5,2 метра. Весит порядка 1900 кг, изготовлен из угрелого волокна, наложенного на алюминиевый сотовый сердечник. Также с 2019 года обтекатели предназначены для повторного входа в атмосферу и используются повторно в будущих миссиях. Ну, то есть они просто приводняются на парашюте и потом на кораблях их вылавливают и доставляют в Канаверал, ну или в Вандерберг куда-то, смотря откуда запуск. Falcon 9 может запускаться со стартовых площадок SC-39А в космическом центре имени Кеннеди, а также данный запуск производится с площадки SC-40 на месте Канаверал во Флориде. Кстати, площадка C-39, которая долгое время обслуживала пилотируемые запуски Falcon 9, теперь не будет предназначена для пилотируемых запусков. Ну, некоторое время, пока там идет строительство стартовой площадки для звездолета. Потом, говорят, вернут возможность пилотируемых запусков оттуда. Сейчас все пилотируемые запуски будут производиться со стартовой площадки SSC-40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде. Также запуски возможны с площадки SSC-4 на базе Вандерберг в Калифорнии.
Falcon 9 is ready for liftoff, we will have loaded nearly 1 million pounds of propellant onto the vehicle. That's roughly the weight of a large commercial airliner at maximum takeoff weight. Today's mission has an instantaneous launch window, which means that there is 1 exact second when Falcon 9 must lift off to properly target the space station. That is different from many satellite missions where
Сам космический корабль Dragon 2 – это класс частично многоразовых космических аппаратов, разработанных, производимых и эксплуатируемых американской космической компанией SpaceX для полетов на Международную Космическую Станцию и частых космических миссий. Космический аппарат состоит из, собственно, самой пилотируемой капсулы, либо же также есть грузовой вариант Cargo Dragon 2 для замены прошлой версии, ну и также грузового отсека. Стартовый вес корабля составляет порядка 12,5 тонн, сухой вес 77 тонн. Грузоподъемность на МКС, если брать Cargo Dragon 3 и 3 тонны. Также может вернуть 2,5 тонны на Землю и 800 килограмм утилизировать в грузовом отсеке. При входе в атмосферу он же сгорает, вот, да. Вмещает до 4 членов экипажа, хотя фактически может вмещать до 7, но больше 4 никогда не запускали. Имеет объем 9,3 кубических метра под давлением и 37 кубических метров без давления в грузовом отсеке. Может существовать на низкокоземной орбите 10 дней, либо же 210 дней пристыкованных к Международной Космической Станции. Сама капсула имеет высоту 4,5 метра, весь корабль имеет высоту 8,1 метр, максимальный диаметр составляет 4 метра. Все было построено 13 кораблей, из которых 7 пилотируемых, 3 грузовых, 3 прототипа. Первый беспилотный запуск миссии Demo-1 был 2 марта 2019 года. Первый же пилотируемый запуск был 30 мая 2020 года в миссии Demo-2. С того момента корабли Crew Dragon совершили 20 пилотируемых полетов. Масса топлива составляет 2562 килограмма. На корабле устанавливается в общей сложности 34 двигателя. 16 двигателей Draco с тягой в 400 ньютон для маневрирования в космосе, которые работают на тетроксиде диазота и несимметричном диметилгидрозине. Также возможна установка дополнительных 2 двигателей Draco в грузовом отсеке для, только для грузовых дрэгонов для изменения орбиты Международной Космической Станции. И также в пилотируемой версии устанавливается 8 двигателей супердрака в качестве системы аварийного спасения с тягой в 71 кН и удельным импульсом 235 секунд. Топливо то же самое. Давление в камере сгорания этих двигателей составляет 7 мегапаскалей. Время работы до 25 секунд. Емкость топливного бака для системы аварийного спасения 1388 килограмм. Crew Dragon включает в себя интегрированную систему аварийного спасения с толкающими двигателями полного пакета. 8 двигателей супердрака, которые могут в случае аварии отделить капсулу от ракеты-носителя в любой момент времени. Первоначально SpaceX также планирует использовать двигатели супердрака для посадки Crew Dragon на Землю, а парашюты и приводнения в океан предполагались только в случае прерванного запуска. Но в итоге все варианты возвращения только лишь на парашютах в приводнение в океан. Хотя было объявлено о том, что в случае отказа всех парашютов возможна посадка на воду с использованием двигателей супердрака. Но учитывая
какая высокая безопасность. Ну и учитывая то, что Dragon не будет существовать в вечности, ему там осталось лет 5, может быть, 6, не знаю. Такой сценарий очень маловероятен.
For the crew, and then not just the technical, we had to make sure that the operations were good. It looked similar launching from 39A and 40, but we had to make sure that the operations were seamless and that we had everything ready to go to get the crew up and down the tower and get the launch off.
Excellent. And while you were doing that for Crew-12, you also had to keep in the back of your mind that Artemis II was making its mission preparations for its flight around the moon. You share resources in different ways. Mm-hmm. What went into some of the work to deconflict the preparations for those and make sure everybody had the resources that they need?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is something that we've been working on since really the end of last summer when we saw that their launch windows were lining up together. It's really unprecedented.
Стоимость запуска одного человека на корабле Crew Dragon продается, примерно по $55 миллионов, что на самом деле необоснованно дорого, учитывая, что весь запуск столько стоит. Примерно. Компания SpaceX, стремящаяся значительно снизить стоимость космических перевозок, разработала Dragon 2 как многоразовый, а не одноразовый космический аппарат. Как это обычно бывает, он состоит из одноразового пилотируемого отсека и одноразового грузового отсека. Для максимальной экономической эффективности SpaceX внедрила несколько инновационных конструктивных решений в Crew Dragon, используя 8 боковых двигателей Super Dragon для системы аварийного спасения, что исключает необходимость традиционной одноразовой спасательной бачи. Кроме того, вместо размещения критически важных и дорогостоящих систем жизнеобеспечения двигателей и баков для топлива на разовом служебном модуле, Dragon 2 интегрирует их в капсулу для повторного использования. Грузовой отсек служит адаптером между капсулой и второй ступенью ракеты Falcon 9, а также включает солнечные панели, радиатор для усиливания тепла и стабилизаторы для обеспечения аэродинамической устойчивости во время аварийного прерывания полета. Dragon 2 интегрирует солнечные батареи непосредственно в конструкцию грузового отсека, то есть они, можно сказать, просто налеплены поверх грузового отсека и не требуется в раскладании. В грузовых миссиях грузовой отсек также может использоваться для транспортировки различных негерметичных грузов. Грузовой отсек соединен с капсулой с помощью фитинга, известного как коготь. Типичная миссия Crew Dragon включает в себя 4 астронавтов, командира, который руководит миссией и несет основную ответственность за управление космическим кораблем. Также пилота, который служит дублером как для командира, так и для оперативной работы, и 2 специалистов миссии, которые могут быть назначены определенные обязанности в зависимости от типа миссии. На борту Crew Dragon 2 центральными сиденьями, которые занимает командир и пилот, расположена панель управления с 3 экранами. Под сиденьями также находится грузовой поддон, на который можно разместить около 230 кг грузов. На Земле экипажи входят в капсулу через боковой люк. Потолок капсулы включает в себя небольшой космический туалет и порт стандарта Международной системы стыковки IDS. Для частых космических полетов, не требующих стыковки с МКС, порт IDS может быть заменен купольным окном из плексигласа диаметром 1,2 метра, обеспечивающим панорамный обзор, аналогичный куполу МКС. Кроме того, SpaceX разработал люк Skywalker для миссий, связанных с выходами в открытый космос. Космический аппарат может работать в полном вакууме. Экипаж носит разработанные компанией SpaceX скафандры, защищающие их от аварийной ситуации с быстрым разгерметизацией кабины. Космический аппарат также спроектирован таким образом, чтобы иметь возможность безопасно приземлиться при утечке до эквивалентного отверстия диаметром 6,35 мм. Носовая обтекатель космического корабля защищает стыковочный порт, а также 4 двигателя, направленных против движения во время подъема и входа в атмосферу. Этот компонент поворачивается в открытом положении для операций в космосе. Топливо и гелий, используемые кораблем Dragon 2 для аварийного прерывания полета и орбитальных маневров, хранятся в сферических резервуарах из титана с композитной углеродной оболочкой у основной капсулы в зоне, известной как служебный отсек. Когда капсула возвращается на Землю, теплозащитный экран ПК-3 защищает капсулу во время входа в атмосферу. Dragon-2 использует в общей сложности 6 парашютов, 2 тормозных и 4 основных для замедления после входа в атмосферу и перед приводнением. Были проведены различные тесты системы аварийного спасения, в первую очередь тест, так называемый падаборд-тест, то есть когда корабль просто на стартовой площадке стоял без ракеты, без ничего, зажигал свой двигатель системы аварийного спасения, а также в начале 2020, по-моему, года был произведен In-Flight Max-Q Abort тест, то есть когда при максимальном аэродинамическом сопротивлении, когда на ракету действуют максимальные нагрузки, преднамеренно были выключены двигатели ракеты Falcon 9 и активирована система аварийного спасения корабля Crew Dragon.
Charlie Duke and Harrison Schmidt were the biggest help to our team so far. Just tried to replicate.
На стриме НАСА нам также зачем-то решили показать СЛС для Артемиды 2. Зачем? Непонятно.
And so to kind of put that into the muscle memory of our pilots, we're also going to have motion-based simulation. That will be lunar simulation, and then you'll be seeing coming on the near horizon a lunar lander training vehicle as well, a vehicle that can replicate lunar dynamics in flight. So we're very excited about our training strategy getting back to the moon.
I love and I'm jealous that you got to tap into the Apollo guys in order to help this. And there's a beautiful shot of the moon from our fine production crew here at the Kennedy Space Center that is manning all these beautiful views that you're looking at today, including there at Launch Complex 39B.
В общем, вот так у нас выглядит устройство космического корабля Crew Dragon. Это у нас парашюты. Далее, собственно, боковая дверь для входа экипажа на Земле. В блоке по 2 вот так размещены двигатели Драко. Также на 4 двигателя Супер Драко системы аварийного спасения. Вот это у нас, собственно, сам стыковочный узел под носовым обтекателем, места для экипажа, те самые три экрана, грузовой поддон, тепловой щит, ну и далее грузовой отсек с плавниками для стабилизации и пересрабатывания системы аварийного спасения. Ну их 4 тут. Вот это 5 баки для топлива. Также 4 двигателя, вот они размещены под самим носовым обтекателем вокруг стыковочного узла, направленные против движения для схода с орбиты.
And Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active when in orbit.
To date, Dragon has been to orbit 55 times, including 49 trips to the International Space Station, both cargo and crew missions, and has completed 19 human spaceflight missions overall. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the orbiting lab, having flown 300,000 pounds of cargo and more than 1,000 experiments to space, as well as 74 crew members representing 20 countries. Our versatile Dragon spacecraft can autonomously dock with the International Space Station when outfitted with a docking adapter, which is one of 3 Dragon configurations and how it's currently configured for today's flight.
Right now, Dragon is Falcon 9's, right below Dragon is Falcon 9's second stage, which houses a single Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC engine. And then below the second stage is the black carbon fiber interstage, and inside of that is where the MVAC engine is located. The interstage connects the two stages and houses the center pusher that allows the first and second stage to separate during flight. Below that, we have the first stage, or booster, which when fully loaded holds about 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen and RP1.
Earth in about 90 minutes. About 2.5 minutes into flight, the first stage will separate and make its way back to Earth. Meanwhile, Dragon separates from the second stage and continues its roughly 34-hour journey to the space station. Now, it is early morning out there, but today's booster is heading back to our newest recovery.
Stage 2 LOX load is starting.
Our booster is heading back to our newest recovery site, our landing zone 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which you can see the graphic there on the screen. It's highlighting the landing zone next to the pad there. This will be our first landing at this new site and the booster's second time returning back to Earth.
With T0 coming up in about 16 minutes, our teams are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Kate on that countdown.
Thanks, Sandra. Overall, it's been a clean march to launch this morning, and we are still on track for an on-time launch. Now, the countdown is the framework that syncs all teams up, and we're monitoring lots of different factors as we get closer to liftoff. If everything goes as expected, we'll see Falcon take to the sky at 5:15 a.m. Eastern or 2:15 a.m. Pacific. And several minutes later, we'll see our very first Falcon 9 landing at LZ-40, our new landing zone located about 1,000 feet away from tonight's launch pad. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy, and the teams continue to report no issues on either vehicle. Just moments there, we saw the crew sitting comfortably inside Dragon. Now, we wrapped up stage 2 RP loading at T-minus 20 minutes, and stage 2 liquid oxygen or LOX loading began just a couple minutes ago at T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Earlier, we heard the call out that the launch escape system was armed. That system is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of an emergency during launch. It simply provides a path to safety for the crew. The Eastern Range, which is monitoring keep-out zones among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues and are go to support today's launch. As for the weather, the thing we always monitor for our launches, we're tracking a 5% chance of launch weather constraints, otherwise known as 95% good for our target liftoff time. So all in all, we are go for launch this morning. So let's toss it back over to Anna for a status update from Houston.
Hey, thanks, Kate. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, teams continue to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room is Flight Director Garrett Hain, and the NASA team here in Mission Control Houston, the SpaceX team in Hawthorne, California, and the astronauts aboard the International Space Station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Freedom when they enter what is known as joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters what is known as the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is an invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers around the space station that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft. It is essentially the neighborhood of the space station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the space station will pressurize the area between the Dragon hatch and the space station hatch, known as the vestibule. They will then perform a series of leak checks and then work to open the hatches on both the space station and the Dragon. Once the hatches are open, Crew-12 will float into the station to begin their long-duration stay. Following today's launch, we are tracking a targeted docking at approximately 2:15 p.m. Central, 3:15 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, January 14th. About an hour and a half after docking, we do anticipate that the hatches will be opened, and when they enter the orbital outpost, Crew-12 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 74 crew and will come together for a brief welcoming ceremony. For now, that's all from us here in Mission Control Houston as the anticipation continues to build for a launch in just under 15 minutes. How's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
It's looking great here. We're 95% go. We have beautiful clear skies and everything remains on track. No constraints as we enter the final 10 minutes. And Wheels, I want to turn to you now. As a former International Space Station commander, you know what it means to hand over a vehicle, a crew, and a station to the next generation of flyers. You also know that this crew, although they know the science they're working on, might end up working on some things they don't even know that they might encounter.
Sure, yeah. I flew with Shannon Walker, who I believe is listening today.
Love Shannon.
And Shannon's awesome. She's a brilliant PhD scientist. I am not. And so I was doing some science. We were about 2 weeks into a 6-month mission. And I was working my science, and Shannon came to me. She said, the potty's broken.
Ooh.
And so we had a couple seconds of mini panic attack. And then she said, if you fix the potty, I'll do all of your science for the rest of the day. I thought, that is such a deal.
Is that a trade-off?
So it took me about 90 minutes, but we fixed that potty, and I found out that if you could fix the potty on a spaceship, you're guardian of the galaxy.
Wheels the Flummer to the rescue. Absolutely. Really quickly, we're going to hear some final words from Jessica Meir, the commander, before they lift off. She's got these words composed.
Perfect. Yeah, she's amazing.
We're looking forward to hearing that. And so with just about 11 minutes to go, we'll send it back to Hawthorne for the final steps of today's countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
Displays are configured for launch.
We copy. From the entire SpaceX team, it's been a pleasure working together. Good luck and Godspeed, Crew-12. Enjoy the ride.
In a few moments, we will leave the ground, but not the people who brought us here. This mission is the result of years of dedication, preparation, and trust. To the teams at NASA and SpaceX, Roscosmos, ESA, JAXA, and CSA, your work stands on this pad with us. Every test, every checklist, every decision has led to this moment. Thank you for your tireless dedication and attention to detail. We launch not as individuals, but as representatives of something much larger. We carry the flags of our countries and our space agencies, but most importantly, we carry humanity's intrinsic curiosity and desire to explore. Looking around me at the diversity of backgrounds and experiences with me in this cockpit and on the teams supporting us around the planet, it is clear that when we work together, we can accomplish extraordinary things. We stand on the shoulders of giants. This expression is trite, but true. Generations who dared to imagine beyond what they could touch, who turned risk into knowledge, and who left behind a foundation strong enough to push further. These giants also include our families, our friends, and loved ones. You share the weight of this journey in ways that few ever see, and remind us that nobody reaches the horizon alone. When we look back at Earth from orbit, it will be your faces, your voices, and your sacrifices that travel with us. Crew-12 is ready. We are honored to represent our agencies, our nations, and the shared human desire to explore, to look up, to ask what lies beyond, and to go together. We carry this responsibility with humility and
Кстати, вот, собственно, наш экипаж миссии Falcon 9, миссии Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию. Во время полной генеральной репетиции. Также прожиг этой ракеты Falcon 9 для этой миссии. А это вот выкатка на стартовую площадку. И также сам космический корабль Dragon под эту миссию. Falcon 9 является первой ракетой орбитального класса, способной к возвращению по повторному использованию. Первый спин ракеты-носителя, поддерживающий эту миссию, выполнит первую посадку в зоне посадки Landing Zone 40 на мысе Канаверал, в самом новом месте для возвращения. Вот, собственно, она, Landing Zone 40. Она там прям возле стартовой площадки находится.
Abort zones for both the first and second stage. So we'll be sharing more about those abort zones as we get closer. But just a quick check-in with our fueling here. RP1 is at 100% full. LOX is at 92%.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
Oh, and that call out just right on time. Stage 1 is complete as well.
Ну и про сам экипаж миссии Crew-12. Джессика Мейер, командир миссии. Она была выбрана астронавтом НАСА в 2013 году. Во время своего первого космического полета на МКС Мейер провела 205 дней в качестве борт-инженера и совершила первые 3 выхода в открытый космос, полностью организованных женщинами. Джек Хэтуэй, пилот миссии, командир ВМС США, был выбран в состав группы кандидатов в астронавты 2021 года. Он налетал более 2500 часов на 30 различных типов самолетов и теперь впервые летит в космос. Софи Адена, специалист миссии, как и ее коллега, летит в космос первый раз. В 2022 году она была выбрана астронавтом Европейского космического агентства и налетала более 3000 часов на 22 различных вертолетах. Андрей Федяев, специалист миссии космонавтов с космоса до отбора, он налетал более 600 часов и получил звание военного летчика второй степени. В 2023 году он уже летал на Международную Космическую Станцию в качестве специалиста миссии в рамках миссии Crew-6, проведя 186 дней на орбите.
Count, as well as we heard Falcon 9 propellant tanks pressurizing for that strong back retraction.
И у нас остается уже менее 5 минут до запуска. Я напоминаю, то, что мы смотрим прямую трансляцию запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew Dragon, миссии Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Площадку. SpaceX и НАСА планируют запуск ракеты Falcon 9 в рамках 12-го оперативного пилотируемого космического полета Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию со стартовой площадки SpaceX-40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде сегодня, в пятницу, 13 февраля, в 10:15 по UTC. Космический корабль Crew Dragon C212.5 Freedom, используемый в этой миссии, ранее совершал полеты на Космическую станцию обратно в рамках миссии Crew-4, Axiom 2, Axiom 3 и Crew-9. Это также будет второй полет первой ступени Booster B1101, который ранее запускал одну миссию Starlink. После разделения ступеней первый спин совершит посадку на посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде. Это также будет первая посадка на новую посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40. Во время пребывания на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования в рамках подготовки и к освоению человеком околоземной орбиты и наблюдать человечество на Земле. В состав экипажа входит астронавт НАСА Джессика Мейер, командир миссии, а также пилот Джек Хэтуэй и специалисты миссии Софи Адена из Европейского космического агентства и Андрей Федяев из Роскосмоса. Это будет уже аж 600-й запуск ракет Falcon 9 и 17-й в этом году, а также 21-й и 20-й пилотируемый запуск космических кораблей Crew Dragon, первый в этом году.
Loading wraps in 2 steps. The first stage finishes around T-minus 3 minutes. We'll hear that call out here any second. And the second stage finishes about a minute later. And you are seeing those white clouds of vapor on...
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Right on time, as expected. Stage 1 LOX load is complete. And you are seeing those white vapor clouds on your screen. This is normal and will continue as we do get closer to launch.
Yeah, and that call out was for...
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
That call out was for stage 1 liquid oxygen loading completion, but stage 2 is still actually loading that cold liquid oxygen, which will wrap up at the T-minus 2 minute mark in just about 25 seconds from now. Once liquid oxygen is complete, that'll mean that there is 1 million pounds of propellant loaded on Falcon 9, and that includes RP-1, a highly refined kerosene, and liquid oxygen, which is super chilled to over 300 degrees below zero.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
И есть полное завершение заправки ракеты Falcon 9.
It's fully loaded with propellants.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Now gas close.
Gas closeouts will start in 5 seconds. Expect loud venting.
Great. Gas closeout has also begun just now, so we're isolating all the feed lines for the different gas systems from the Falcon 9 rocket. Those gases will then get vented overboard through umbilicals and the strongback. And actually, if you listen closely, you can hear some of that venting from the vehicle. Obviously, rockets are very loud, and sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. A ton of water absorbs and prevents the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the vehicle.
FTS is armed and Falcon 9 is in startup.
And great call
Dragon is in countdown.
И у нас остается менее 1 минуты до запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew Dragon миссии Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию. И у нас есть Go for Launch. Смотрим.
Launch. At the time of launch, space station...
We are go for launch.
At the time of launch, space station will be flying 260 statute miles for the South Pacific Ocean east of New Zealand.
SpaceX is go, Crew is go. Let's watch as Falcon 9 takes Crew-12 out into space.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and Godspeed Crew-12.
And liftoff. Freedom flies bound for the International Space Station. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-12. Vehicle is pitching downrange, and all 9 Merlin vehicles have lit. We're getting good call-outs on the first stage performance and propulsion so far.
Plus 30 seconds into the Crew-12 mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. The vehicle is going to throttle down in preparation for max Q. That's the largest structural load that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Power telemetry.
Good call outs there.
Stage 1 throttle down.
There's that call out for stage 1 throttle down. Pass through max Q in a few seconds here.
Max Q.
Great news. We have passed through max Q.
И здесь запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew Dragon миссии Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию, а также уже прохождение момента максимального аэродинамического сопротивления. Слева снизу у нас есть телеметрия по скорости высоте, справа снизу телеметрия по перегрузке и по работе двигателей первой ступени. И на отметке 2 минуты 27 секунд после запуска мы ожидаем разделения ступеней. То есть сначала у нас будет отключение 9 двигателей первой ступени, потом разделение ступеней, зажигание двигателя второй ступени и также практически сразу начало маневра Boost Back Burn, То есть разворот первой ступени против движения и зажигание 3 двигателей первой ступени для его возвращения на место запуска. Маневр Boost Back Burn продлится аж 46 секунд до отметки 3 минуты 27 секунд после запуска.
The 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down and standing by for MECO, or main engine cutoff.
Stage 1 throttle down.
There's that call out. And in just a few seconds here, we will have MECO stage separation, stage 1 flip maneuver for booster to make its way back to Earth, SCS-1, and the start of the boost back burn.
MECO.
2 Alpha.
И есть выключение 9 двигателей первой ступени.
Stage separation confirmed.
Есть разделение ступеней. И есть зажигание двигателя второй ступени.
And incredible views. We've had MECO stage separation. You can see that booster coming back down to Earth.
И есть начало маневра Boost Back Burn на первой ступени. Теперь справа снизу у нас показывает телеметрию второй ступени, слева снизу телеметрия первой ступени. Маневр Boost Back Burn у нас будет продолжаться до отметки 3 минуты 27 секунд, после чего на отметке 6 минут 20 секунд после запуска начнется маневр Entry Burn первой ступени, который продлится 13 секунд. Для замедления первой ступени при входе в атмосферу будет включено 3 двигателя.
We are now 3 minutes and 30 seconds into today's flight of Crew-12. The second stage of the lone Merlin engine has lit and continues to burn, as you can see on your screen. Stage 2 continues to be performing well with a good trajectory, and will continue firing until we reach about 8 minutes into today's flight. And we're getting our first view.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Getting good call-outs of the trajectory, as well as our first views of the crew inside Freedom.
Кстати, путь экипажа Crew-12 на Международную Космическую Станцию составит аж ровно 34 часа. Стыковка с Международной Космической Станцией планируется на завтра, 14 февраля в 20:15 по EDC, и это я обязательно также постримлю. Также из ближайших интересных запусков, ну там будет куча старинков, но это не интересно. Ближайший интересный запуск будет у нас аж 19 февраля в 00:50 ночи по EDC. Запланирован запуск ракеты Альфа с миссией Stray 7. Далее 25 февраля в 2 ночи по EDC запланирован запуск ракеты Kairos с миссией Flight 3. Очень оригинальное название, конечно. Также до конца месяца из интересного запланирован запуск ракеты Long March 17, известной по загрузкой, и первый запуск новой ракеты Vikram Skyrod. Третий же полет New Glenn с миссией Bluebird Block 2 FM2 перенесен на не ранее, чем март этого года. Миссия Артемида 2 в пилотируемый обрет Луны на ракете Space System на данный момент намечена на 3 марта в 22:30 по UTC.
One is coasting, has already coasted to apogee, and the grid fins are helping to guide it back to Earth. And we've already had the boost back burn, so the next event coming up will be the entry burn. That will be 3 of those 9 M1D engines reigniting, and that helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Once that entry burn concludes, we use the drag.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
We use the drag from the atmosphere to help slow the vehicle down until landing.
И сейчас у нас уже будет маневр Entry Burn на первой ступени, то есть зажигание 3 двигателей первой ступени при входе в атмосферу, чтобы замедлить ее скорость. Оно продлится 13 секунд, это зажигание.
From that combined thermal and aerodynamic loading during max entry Q, which is the moment of max stress on the vehicle during entry.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
И есть начало маневра Entry Burn первой ступени.
And you've heard that call out, the entry burn has begun.
Stage doing entry burn shutdown.
И есть завершение маневра entry burn первой ступени. И далее мы, собственно, ожидаем уже саму посадку первой ступени. То есть на высоте примерно 2,5 километра, ну там 2-3 километра будет запущен один центральный двигатель. Ну, там есть два варианта посадки. Либо же зажигается 3 центральных двигателя, и затем они переходят на один двигатель для посадки, либо же просто зажигание одного центрального двигателя первой ступени. И далее на высоте примерно 200 метров будут открыты посадочные маневры и, собственно, посадочные опоры. Да, боже, что я говорю. Ну и сама посадка, собственно. И у нас остается уже 7 километров высоты первой ступени. Ожидаем посадку.
At our newest landing zone 40.
We have just a couple minutes.
Landing burn has begun. Let's watch as Falcon 9 touches down. And what an excellent view of Falcon 9 touching down for the very first time at landing zone 40.
И есть успешная посадка первой ступени Falcon 9 B1101 миссии Crew-12 впервые на посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40 на мысе Канаверал во Флориде. И далее мы ожидаем уже выход на низкую околоземную орбиту, выключение двигателя второй ступени и после чего уже отделение космического корабля.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Once that happens, the second stage will continue to coast for about 3 minutes while still attached to Dragon until Dragon is then commanded to separate. At this point, Dragon will be flying free with Crew-12 on board and in Earth orbit.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
And that call out for Shannon refers to Shannon, Ireland, and is our final abort zone in the second stage. Continuing to get good performance. After this second stage,
shutdown.
There we had that call out for SECO.
И есть выход на орбиту и отключение двигателя второй ступени ракеты Falcon 9. И скоро уже будет отделение самого космического корабля Crew Dragon C212.5 Freedom. Тем временем у нас есть подтверждение выхода на номинальную орбиту.
Hearing good call outs following second stage.
Disarmed.
You heard that call out that the crew is in a nominal or as expected orbit. So again, we're going to continue to coast for a few minutes after SECO to allow those rates in motion from the burn to settle out. There are some small reaction thrusters on the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion, basically making sure that we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon, which will happen, as you see on your screen, right on time. Dragon now flying free.
Dragon separation confirmed.
И есть отделение пилотируемого космического корабля Crew Dragon миссии Crew-12 от второй ступени ракеты Falcon 9. И он теперь направляется к Международной Космической Станции, стыковка с которой запланирована аж через 33 часа и 49 минут, то есть завтра, 14 февраля в 20:15 по UTC. Что я также обязательно постримлю. А эту прямую трансляцию я уже буду заканчивать. Поэтому все. Всем спасибо за просмотр и всем пока.
Sophie, Andre, it's been a pleasure training with you and preparing for your flight. From the entire Falcon launch team, thank you, good luck, and Godspeed to the crew of Freedom.
Thank you, team. That was quite a ride. Thank you, SpaceX, Falcon 9, and NASA teams. We have left the Earth, but the Earth has not left us. When we gaze at our planet from above, it is immediately clear that everything is interconnected. The vast oceans, the continuous land masses, and all that they contain. We are one humankind here on our shared home planet. This becomes self-evident as astronauts peering down from above, and is a sentiment that would serve us all well to remember back on the ground. We see the thin, tenuous band of an atmosphere solely responsible for supporting all life on this planet, and we know that it is utterly unique, fragile, and must be protected. To those supporting and watching our journey, please know that your spirit travels with us, stitched into the very fabric of all that we do. We hope that our arrival in space reminds all of you that dreams truly can become reality, given dedication, perseverance, and yes, a bit of luck along the way. Crew-12 is grateful and ready for the journey ahead. We're on our way. Andre?
Февраля 2026 года в 10:15 по EDC с площадки SpaceX станции космических сил США на мысе Канаверал во Флориде стартовыми командами компании SpaceX выполнен пуск РН Falcon 9 блок 5F9600 с пилотируемым кораблем Crew Dragon C212.5 Freedom. Пятый полет на борту корабля находится экипаж Crew-12 в составе Мэйр, Джессика, Ульрика, командир второй полет. Хэтуэй Кристофер, пилот, первый полет. Аденус Софи из Европейского космического агентства, специалист миссии, первый полет. Федяев Андрей Валерьевич, специалист миссии, второй полет. Пуск успешный, космический корабль выведен на околоземную орбиту, использующийся во второй раз. Первая ступень B10-01 после завершения полета совершила посадку на новую посадочную площадку Landing Zone 40 на мысе Канаверал. Стыковка корабля с Международной Космической Станцией запланирована на завтра, 14 февраля в 20:15 по UTC. А теперь про экипаж. Ладно, про экипаж более подробно. Джессика Ульрики Мэйр, 561 космонавт мира, 344 космонавт США. Родилась 1 июля 1997 года в городе Карибу, штат Мэн, США. В 1999 году получила степень бакалавра по биологии в Брауновском университете. В 2000 году получила степень магистра наук по космическим исследованиям в Международном университете космических исследований в Франции. В 2009 году получила степень доктора в области морской биологии в Институте океанографии имени Скрипса при Калифорнийском университете в Сан-Диего. С 2000 по 2003 год работала в лаборатории исследований человеческого организма корпорации Lockheed Martin в космическом центре имени Джонсон, где принимала участие в исследованиях физиологии человека во время полетов в Штатов и Международной Космической Станции. Во время прохождения постдокторантуры в Университете Британской Колумбии изучал особенности полета горных гусей. Боже, при чем тут это вообще? Нафиг сюда это писать? В 2012 году получила место адъюнкт профессора в Гарвардской медицинской школе, где продолжала исследования в области физиологии животных в экспериментальных условиях. Боже, при чем тут это вообще? Кто писал эти текста? В 2013 году была зачислена в отряд астронавтов НАСА. Свой первый космический полет совершил в сентябре 2019 года по апрель 2020 года в составе экипажа корабля Союз МС-15. Продолжительность полета составила 204 дня. Это второй полет в ее карьере. Далее. Кристофер Стюарт, Джек Хэтуэй, 643 космонавт мира, 371 космонавт США. Родился 5 октября 1982 года в Саут-Виндзор, штат Коннектикут в США. В 2004 году окончил училище ВМС США и получил степень бакалавра по физике и истории. В 2014 году окончил университет Кренфилда и получил степень магистра наук по аэродинамике. На службе в ВМС США с 2004 года проходил службу на авиастанциях Римур и Пэтьюк-Сен-Ривер, на авианосцах Нимец и Трумен. В составе 14-й ударной истребительной эскадрильи принимал участие в поддержке операций «Несокрушимая свобода» Operational Enduring Freedom и «Внутренняя решимость» Operational Inherent Resolve. В 2012 году получил назначение в отдел G6 Объединенного комитета начальников штаба в Пентагоне. С 2021 года в отряде астронавтов НАСА. Это первый полет в его карьере. Далее. Софи Марии Лоренс Аденус, 644 космонавт мира, 11 космонавт Франции. Родилась 5 июля 1982 года в городе Конкур-сюр-Луар, регион Бургундия, Франш-Конте, Франция. В 2003 году в Высшем институте аэронавтики и космоса в Тулузе получила диплом инженера, специализируясь на динамике полета самолетов и космических аппаратов. В 2004 году в Массачусетском технологическом институте получила степень магистра наук по оценке человеческих факторов. В 2004-2005 году работала инженером-исследователем по проектированию кабин вертолетов в компании Airbus Helicopter. В 2005 году поступила на службу в ВВС Франции и начала прохождение базовой летной и начальной летной подготовки в авиационной школе в Салон-де-Прованс. С 2008 по 2012 год служила пилотом вертолета Airbus Helicopters H225M поисково-спасательной службы в вертолетной эскадрилье 1-й 67-й Пиреней на авиабазе Казу. Поучаствовала в нескольких спасательных полетах в пустыне и в местах с благоприятными метеоусловиями. С 2012 по 2017 год служила командиром звена в транспортной эскадрилье 3,6 Эстрей в Виллакубре, где участвовала в перевозке высших должностных лиц в качестве командира вертолета АС-332 Супер Пума. В 2018 году окончила имперскую школу летчиков-испытателей в Боскомбдауне в Великобритании. Получил специальность летчика-испытателя вертолета. С 2019 по 2022 год служила летчиком-испытателем вертолетом в летно-испытательном центре Генеральной дирекции по вооружению Франции. С 2022 года в отряде космонавтов Европейского космического агентства. 5-й набор. Начавшийся сегодня полет, первый в ее карьере. И последний член экипажа Андрей Валерьевич Федяев, 597 космонавт мира, 132 космонавт России. Родился 26 февраля 1981 года в городе Серов, Свердловской области. В 2004 году окончил Балашевский учебный авиационный центр, 4-й авиационный факультет Краснодарского военного авиационного института. Инженер-пилот по специальности эксплуатации воздушного транспорта и управления воздушным движением. В 2022 году окончил Российскую академию народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации. С 2004 года проходил службу в 317-м смешанном авиационном полку. С 2009 года в авиабазе в Елизово, Камчатский край, помощник командира Ил-38. В октябре 2012 года зачислен в отряд космонавтов Роскосмоса. В апреле 2013 года уволен в запас из рядов вооруженных сил Российской Федерации. Свой первый полет в космос совершил в марте-апреле 2023 года в составе экипажа Crew-6 пилотируемого космического корабля Crew Dragon. Продолжительность полета составила 185 суток. Начавшийся сегодня полет второй в карьере Федяева. Он стал первым российским космонавтом, дважды отправившимся в космос на борту космического корабля Crew Dragon. Господи. Ей-богу, в следующий раз я не буду эти тексты читать. Слишком много ненужной информации там, как по мне. Но вот теперь уже точно все. Всем спасибо за просмотр и всем пока. Ну как пока? Стрим-то я оставлю еще до его завершения. Но я надеюсь, сюда уже не вернусь.
Two adorable symbols of environmental importance and cultural fascination. Pandas are modern icons of species preservation and international diplomacy, and a pivotal character in my childhood. Mushrooms, or fungi, are the great decomposers, with all life on Earth depending on them to keep our soils healthy and food webs functioning.
I chose a moon that my daughter hand crocheted. Each color woven into the design represents a member of our family or cherished shared activity. By bringing this piece with me, I keep our bond close, allowing me to relive happy memories while looking forward to the ones we'll create when I return.
Bananas are the world's most common fruit, ordinary fruit shared by billions of people across every continent. Yet, on orbit, fresh fruit is rare, so I wanted a playful reminder of kitchens and homes, a familiar piece of Earth drifting weightless with us.
Я выбрал свою часть, потому что именно эта штуковина напоминает мне об одном из художественных фильмов времен еще Советского Союза, который я смотрел в детстве. И я на самом деле предлагаю попробовать вам угадать, что это за фильм, буду рад где-нибудь от вас это услышать.
And we present to you planet Gaia and her moon, floating here in Crew-12's Dragon.
And with that, we had again.
We copy Dragon, and with that, I can let you know that we had nominal GNC checkouts. Our next burn is our phasing burn per your forward view.
Dragon copies will be monitoring.
A little bit of a description about the Crew-12 0G indicator that they selected called Planet Gaia. They each shared some great words about what they contributed as part of that 0G indicator to let them know that they are officially in the microgravity environment of space. So that was so cool to hear what they each had to say and how they are bringing a piece of Earth back with them and something that's meaningful to them. So Crew-12 is successfully in orbit, and we are targeting a docking tomorrow on the space-facing port of the Harmony module at 3:15 p.m. Eastern. So for now, thank you for joining us here in Hawthorne. We're going to toss it back over to Daryl and Doug at the Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail here with ESA astronaut Claudia Anyure. So good to have you here. Thank you for doing this interview post-flight. The significance of Claudia being here is tremendous. You were the inspiration for ESA astronaut Sophie Adenau, who at age 14 watched you fly as the first French woman to go into space back in 1996. That inspired her on her journey when she said something clicked and she knew she wanted to be an astronaut. You just witnessed your protege take that inspiration from you and fly into space. And I'm wondering what you felt, what you experienced in that moment.
I'm really pleased to be with you. I thought it would have been a quiet joy with pride for Sophie, but it was so hugely emotional to see her with this successful launch. No, I'm really happy because I know that sometimes girls or boys need some turning point in order to make their dream come alive. And if I have been this one for Sophie, to see today the brightness of the past, that's wonderful.
Incredible. And she shared, Sophie did, during her press conference, that you wrote her a letter before she went to go on this launch. Would you share some of the words that you gave, that you hand wrote to her?
No, the letter was for Sophie.
Okay, understood.
Maybe she has the letter in her pocket. It was not advices, because I think everyone has his own path to come with a dream. It was mainly experiences, lesson learned, in order to say, don't forget that, or be careful with, and the flight will be long, so take everything for you and enjoy.
Great advice, great advice. As this mission unfolds, and it will be a long one, up to 8 months, how will you be experiencing or keeping track of this mission as she does the science and does the work that she's going to do aboard the ISS?
I'm hugely grateful to the teams that support the experiment and all the work on board. I do remember 30 years when I flew with a Soyuz on the Mir station, who had almost no communication with the ground, but now there is 99% of communication with real-time transfer of data, and it will be possible for her to be close to the family, close to the friends, and close to the teams for the experiments. So we will have some way to discuss and to exchange.
If you had any words that you could say to her now after watching her take off into space, what would you say?
Godspeed, but it's already done. Say enjoy. Say maybe to the crew that they will meet on board, a big hello because that's international collaboration and cooperation. This is wonderful. And then be careful with your program, scientific program, because you are here for that. And enjoy and please share with us. We need this transmission for inspiration for the young generation.
What you did for her, she can help pay it forward to the next generation.
Brilliant.
And as it was on the license plate on her vehicle, bon vol, right? Have a good flight. I don't know if I said it right.
Have a good flight. Bon vol.
Have a good flight, yeah. Claudia Agnure, ESA astronaut and first woman from the country of France to go into space. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your thoughts on the second woman to go to space.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to turn our attention now to the International Space Station, where Crew-12 will join Expedition 74 and head over to NASA's Stephen Sisloff, who's joined by International Space Station Program Chief Scientist Jennifer Buckley. Stephen?
Thank you, Daryl. We are here with another inspiring person. This is Jennifer Buckley, the Chief Scientist for the International Space Station Program. And Jennifer, the crew that's going up there on Crew-12, they're going to perform dozens of experiments during this long-duration mission. One of them is turning potable water into IV fluid. How does that help future explorers?
That's right. Out of about the 250 experiments this crew will perform, one of them is IV Gen Mini. So this is building off of some research we've already done on ISS, learning how to make IV fluid bags real-time on orbit. So commercially, those off the shelf only last about 16 months. So it's really important as we step out into the solar system to explore that we're able to support the crew medically. And so we're going to be doing a tech demo on board.
Outstanding. Now, Artemis 2, that's lifting off in a few weeks, they've, of course, been informed by a lot of the research that's taken place on station. What are some of those ties between space station research and what the Artemis 2 crew is going to be doing?
You know, space station is a perfect proving ground for exploration, both to the moon and Mars. So for the vehicle itself, a lot of the life support systems are informed by the research that we've done on ISS, proving out those systems, everything from their onboard toilet to their water-based fire extinguisher to help keep the crew safe, inform how we do space flight safely as we go farther.
Excellent. And when you're looking at Artemis 3, the mission coming up that'll land astronauts on the moon, how is the space station research that's taking place now helping with that mission?
Space station research, not only do we have the astronauts do research, but they also are subjects themselves. So we've learned a lot about astronaut health through the time of International Space Station. We also, on Artemis 2, are flying tissue chips with crew cells on them. So this is really neat. It's a program we started on the International Space Station. So we're going to be taking a look at the effects of crew members as they leave low Earth orbit. And then finally, you know, those beautiful views of Earth that we see from the International Space Station are also really science. And so all of the imagery and technology that we've developed from that are going to help us take imagery and analyze the surface of the moon as well.
Outstanding, outstanding. Thank you so much for being here this morning, Jennifer. And Daryl, we will go back to you and Doug and looking at how bright the future looks thanks to all this science taking place.
Absolutely, Stephen, and thank you very much to you and Jennifer Buckley for her interview. Well, we had some social media questions that we weren't quite able to get to, but Wheels has promised me he wants to answer them. So we're going to get those questions to him, and then he's going to post the answers on his X account, Astro Wheels. So thank you for following through on that.
Absolutely. It's actually Astro_Wheels. Okay,
Good note.
So I'll meet you there.
On X. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Wheels.
Absolutely.
Well, that is going to do it for today's launch coverage, but of course, Crew-12's journey is just getting started. After the beautiful liftoff from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and a successful trip to orbit, the crew is now on their way, catching up to the International Space Station. Docking is targeted for Saturday at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA Plus coverage begins at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And so, Doug, as they get ready to dock with the International Space Station, the excitement of being in space for the first time will be this first 1 day and 10 hours, and then they'll get to work when they get into the space station.
Absolutely. And actually the approach to the rendezvous and docking with the space station when you first pick up the space station in the windows, it's like, wow, it's like a castle in the sky, you know. So it's just quite amazing as you approach the station. It took my breath away seeing how large it was. It's how magnificent it looked in the sky.
And one of the things they'll be seeing, what we've been seeing from the X accounts of the astronauts and the International Space Station, is the solar activity is so high. Have you been seeing some of the northern lights that come from space? Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Follow these astronauts that are on board, and they're going to be taking some incredible imagery of the lights at the poles, so the northern lights and the southern lights as well.
And they're beautiful on the ground, as we know, but up in space, the red-topped part of those green ribboned waves, it's so crystal clear. It's beautiful. As he said, make sure you check out those X accounts.
Absolutely. And on the space station, it looks like rain, like green and red rain. And it lights up the underneath of the space station is glowing red and green from the lights. It's just quite amazing. The aurora, yeah.
That is a wow factor like no other. All right. Well, thank you very much, Wheels. You can follow along with Crew-12's journey to the station by listening in on real-time mission audio, the same operational comms used by the flight controllers. Just scan that QR code that you see at the bottom of your screen. You can use your phone, take a screenshot of it, and tune in later on. We'll pick back up with live broadcast coverage about 2 hours before docking right here on NASA Plus. Wheels, thank you so much for sharing this moment for us, for all your incredible stories and information and guiding us through today's launch coverage. We greatly appreciate it.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
We look forward to hearing more about your work on the human landing system and getting to the moon.
Absolutely. Stay tuned.
You're going to hear more from Wheels. So to all of our guests and our teams at NASA and SpaceX, our production team, for the great job they did today, and to you watching around the world, thank you so much for being part of today's launch. From launch pad to low Earth orbit, we're going to take a look now, going all the way back to the beginning, the moments from suit up to orbit. Have a great morning, everyone. It began inside the historic astronaut crew quarters, where SpaceX teams helped each crew member into their custom pressure suits. Before heading out, the crew paused for a final pre-launch tradition. You see it there, the card game gathering around the table. It's a way to set the tone and leave any bad luck behind. Then it was time to step outside. The crew walked out to greet family, friends, and supporters, following a path walked by every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968. A short time later, the crew climbed into their Teslas, beginning the ride out to Launch Complex 40, escorted by security through Kennedy Space Center and onto the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As they arrived at the pad, the crew got out and got their first close-up look at the Falcon 9 rocket that you see there. Then they walked across their crew access arm in pairs, first the commander and pilot, then the mission specialist, and then we saw them climb into Dragon and get into their seats for flight. Inside the spacecraft, seats were rotated into position, and the suit leak checks were performed as the countdown continued.
Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and Godspeed Crew-12.
And liftoff. Freedom flies bound for the International Space Station. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 Crew-12. Vehicle is pitching downrange, and all 9 Merlin vehicles have lift. We're getting good call-outs on the first stage performance and propulsion so far.